so he wants 900.
She bought it for 5 and wants 9.
Well, I can't say they didn't contribute at some point, but it wasn't like a direct
That's what I'm
result.
trying to say to you is,
Right.
what turnip truck did I fall off?
Have you ever had any accidents?
But maybe I just buy it just to,
That's a lot of money for that.
well, not
Do you want your,
right?
do you see
Oh, I
winter?
can grab it. Yeah, I forgot.
I don't know if you want to
It's really good.
Well,
just pack.
there's a winter.
If you buy it, just pack.
Yeah, so
I'll
I
put a
see
sticker
on
on
February
mine so I know
19th, I
which
saw
one.
this.
Because if Gary goes haywire,
And then I'm talking to a doctor, and he said he can be crazy.
oh,
There he goes.
We want about
Oh, he's, I grew up with him, we were really good friends.
He's like his dad.
He was my girl surgeon.
they go crazy.
And Rob really.
I've seen him
Rob
take on
was
4 or 5 guys
really
before. And just
Matt.
kill them.
Maybe I'll call him and talk
I was the one that's supposed to
about
do
it.
it.
Keep it awake.
I see. Well, I jabbed you. I see you now.
And I really wanted to do it.
Oh, not today. Later.
Yeah.
Do you want me to sit back there?
Here, I'll slide over.
Larger maps for everybody.
Okay?
Hello, Roland.
Hi, Raylene, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm brave.
Can I tell you how much better looking you look up there than,
A lot easier on the eyes, huh?
I thought he could put a wig on.
Yeah.
His Elvis costume.
hey, he's a grandpa.
Yes.
For the 4th time, we got a new granddaughter.
Really?
Oh, congrats. That's
Yeah,
fun.
yeah,
When did that happen? Just barely?
Friday night.
Oh, nice.
Wow, that's really
It's
recent.
been almost 40 years since we produced a female in our family. So it's
Wow,
pretty exciting.
that's pretty exciting.
Thought for sure we're
that's
gonna
a
have
big deal.
cigars. Josh, where do you wanna go?
I'm just waiting for the copies.
I can do
Reading glasses, I got an extra pair.
This comes, he got more of those.
You got another one of those, Josh?
Hey, Blaine.
You have,
Yeah.
Mike didn't.
Yep, I'll get you one.
So we've got everybody here. How are you, Mike?
Yeah, good, how are you?
Thank you.
John, how are you?
Okay, how have you been?
It was a little quiet, but I get here.
Yeah, these are 3 pages that they brought.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And then did you want some extras just in case?
Sure, just in case.
No, who needed one more copy of Meredith?
Oh, no, Mike needed it, but we got it.
I got it.
Real one.
Got it, we're good. Went on the room.
Can I trade you?
Start going down to the lap here.
I need some like more information. What they're requiring from us. I can see how it could be more accurate.
Is there another copy of that? You need one more copy?
Raylene, it's none of my business, but
Thank you.
what are you drinking?
It's just vitamins.
That's all.
She's-
Like a vitamin drink, water.
She's a pretty
I
health.
got another one.
She's pretty health conscious.
This is all my fruits and
We
vegetables.
had orange juice and apples on our desks last time.
I had to,
It was good, too.
It was good,
For
yeah.
your immune
really good.
system.
It was awesome. She's just health
I
conscious.
hate to say it, but I got
I
sick
had
right
to
after my
do blood this morning and then give a,
My body didn't know how to react to it.
It's because when you're in school, you
Too much
you
good.
drink that other stuff.
I've only drank anything but water in almost a year.
That's good.
She colored a monster.
I'm sure that cold has nothing
Yeah,
to do
it's
with being
monster.
around all these kids that are caught.
No, I had that 87-degree tropical.
Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
Kids.
Okay, welcome everyone. Appreciate you being here. Are you gonna pray for us, Sherlock? I didn't know if you were having a prayer there silently or. You had your head bowed and your eyes closed, so. So does everybody know, everyone here, does everybody know Braden? Yes? It's a yes? Okay. All right.
So the Wayne and Dwayne are in Arizona. They like to winter there.
Yeah.
And Dwayne and I have been talking, and I said, we really need a Johnson representative. And Braden said to me out on the step, I guess I'm it.
I'm here.
That's what you do to a son-in-law.
And so I said,
Isn't he a grandson? Aren't you a grandson?
Or a son.
Dwayne's grandson-in-law and Wayne's son-in-law.
Oh, okay.
and we're just buddies here instead of Wayne and Dwayne.
Okay. Well, do you want me to just turn the time over to you? Do you want to
I'd be
make
happy
a
to lead if you'd
presentation
like us
before?
to. Yeah. And first of all, we appreciate your time. We know that this is up and beyond the call, and your regular meetings don't start for a while, and we appreciate you coming in. I'm Rulon Gardner. I represent Mike Malott, DRM, who's our partners on one of the projects here, and then the Johnsons own the ground on the other side that we'll get into today. We basically have been in Morgan
Do we
County.
need more seats at the table? You sure?
We can do it.
Okay.
Hey, you know where I sit. We appreciate the opportunity, but more importantly, we've been here since 2004. We've been working with, our original commission was Craig Fisher, and then from there on, we've been working on some development at the Cottonwoods, Rollins Ranch, and other places. But we've always appreciated working in Morgan County. We believe Morgan County best represents itself. We wouldn't do anything to interfere with the issues associated with Morgan. That is, how do you do growth and control growth in a way that can be everybody understand in a way that can be controlled. These kind of discussions are happening throughout the state, and you can see from both the newspapers and talking to it that the state has weighed in on this, and the legislature's dealing with these same issues, and that is how to have growth. Utah lawmakers' next big House bill is taking shape. What will it include? And it's a major issue. And that is, how do you have growth, and how do you have it in a smart way, in a way that everybody's comfortable? So in our world, we use as our text today the area plan that was adopted, and we use it even though we were part of the original RUDAT, which is the understanding of laying out the original concept of commercial. And then we also use a report that we commissioned from Lewis and Birmingham on the economics of the commercial in downtown Mountain Green. We use this as a reference because it's always talking about the need to support commercial with residential. So today we wanted to focus on three main areas. What's happening in the commercial area, focus specifically on Mountain Green Village and what we're proposing, and then gather some conclusions. What we're proposing is on 4.5 acres, some residential, and on 35 acres, some town center. But we wanted to get some parameters out of the way before we specifically drill into those. So first of all, I'm going to turn it over to Skylar, who's going to brief you on the commercial side and how it relates best to what we understand you've approved to date and how it relates to what we're trying to do. Sky?
So as we started to look at the the potential commercial areas, this top map here in pink, and I just turn this so everybody's looking at this same map here. The first thing we did is we looked at the zoning map, and we've outlined the areas that are currently commercial, or these two bottom areas here, these two bigger squares down here. I did put those in as placeholders. Those are town center zoning, and so they would be 35% commercial. So as of today, in the axis of Mountain Green, the town center, or I would like to start to call it the town square, is where we want to drill down to. In Mountain Green, though, in this immediate area, there's now 83.5 acres of commercial. And the reason why we point that out is if we go to the next page, just to give you some perspective, I don't know how many of you have been to Farmington Station, probably many of you, but the big boxes off to the right, they developed first. But in these smaller, narrow streets, walkable area, they have 20.9 acres, so let's call it 21 acres, including their parking lot. So it's not exact, but you could probably put approximately 4 Farmington stations into the commercial areas that are already existing in Mountain Green. And then on the third page, we have, we pulled Big Sky was mentioned in the area plan, and I don't know how many of you have been there. I haven't been there myself. But in researching this is basically a town that started from nothing. And they started right here in this little horseshoe right here was their first thing. They call that the town square or the town grass, even though it's a half circle shape. And they've built out from there. They started, I believe it was in 2003. 2001, sorry. So this town was developed from scratch, starting in 2001. So in the past 24 years, they have developed out approximately 36 acres. And this project in total was 170 acres, and the balance of it is all residential that supports this commercial.
What's in that horseshoe area?
It's grass.
That's like the town center.
Grass? with
It's just
the-
grass, yeah, just grass and picnic tables.
Oh, okay.
And then the main streets kind of branch off and actually go out this direction
Yeah.
towards their new motel. You can see they do have a hockey rink, and right here, this is a big community center in the bottom right-hand corner there,
Next to the hockey rink.
next to the hockey rink, yeah.
You
They
guys plan on putting a
started with-
hockey rink in? I think that'd be great to put a hockey
And
rink.
that actually is a really good idea until
we like
last
that
Friday,
idea.
and it would have
Right?
turned into the swimming pool.
Yeah.
So they started with that grassy area and picnic tables?
Well, they
and
started
all
with a master plan, and the center of their commercial area started with that grassy area, and then they built out from there, and it's all walkable. And I should have printed some of the pictures, but they all have the exact same design criteria. All the buildings all look the same stone, the same finishes. Their signages can't be the big bright colors of maybe the logos they have. It's very similar to Park City, maybe if you haven't been.
Which is
Big
not
Sky.
unlike the design standards that we have in
Yeah.
the town center already established.
Exactly, they match the town center, and this was used as the example in the area plan as something that started from scratch. The reason why I've outlined it here is to point out that even after 24 years of development and a master plan, they're now up to 36 acres of total commercial area. So,
Those are mixed use too. Most of those structures have.
yeah, many of them
residential
have,
above the Retail. So
yes,
it's like
residential
first and
above
second
the
floor, in
retail.
some cases are retail and then residential.
Yeah, it's, I think the whole thing is mixed use, actually. There are some strictly retail and some with residential above them.
Is our commercial, some of it's mixed use, right?
So our town center, yes, requests mixed use, a minimum of 35% of which should be commercial.
Right, that's town center, but the commercial area.
The commercial area.
Our
Is it
commercial
existing?
alone, no, not necessarily.
We changed the code, well, I say we, but the county commission changed the code about a year and a
So it does
half.
allow,
The live work, yeah.
Live work days.
those are a little different though than what I would consider mixed use. I mean,
Yeah.
because those are like a condo unit with a garage, right, to some degree.
To supplement the business below, yeah.
The town center is more like what you see at Farmington Station or Big Sky, where you have legitimate apartments or condos or whatever, townhomes above retail.
Yeah, and I think the reason why, and it's excellent that the area plan to use Big Sky as the example, is because it is located within 15 minutes of a private ski resort, one direction, and a public ski resort, the other direction. So it is, I mean, there's quite a few more amenities up there. They have several golf courses and things. It's probably a little bit bigger, but it is a perfect example to what Mountain Green could be in proximity to a private ski resort as well as a public ski resort of Snow Basin. So that is the overview. I just kind of wanted to set the table for how much area is commercial. And then if we zoom in to the Johnson property. So between Johnson and the Rome property across the street, so this map here.
We have a couple of sets of these, but we would ask if we could get these back, because we realize this is a public meeting, we still are in a work in progress. So, go ahead, Skye.
Oh, I was just going to say, so if you narrow the 83 acres of commercial in Mountain Green down to just what Johnson's have, and a little bit of other third parties going to the corner there, diagonal from the Sinclair, and then across the street, Rome, those two projects alone right now have 49 acres of commercial. So there is quite a bit of opportunity in comparing it to Big Sky at only 36, developed over 20 years. Our estimates would put the full development of just those two areas probably near 30 years of development time frame.
So, out in front of Lee's, there's some pads. We have designed a retail building out in front. We've been working with Josh and Jeremy in getting this site plan submitted in. It's a really good-looking building with several tenants with a drive-through out in front. There's another pad here, and by the way, this needs to be built pretty quick.
Okay.
And so, out in front of Lee's, there is some movement. Now, back to this, you've got Lee's sitting there, and you've seen these two pads. This is the one I was just showing you out here, the existing building, the bank. And this is some renderings that we've been working on. You can see behind it that basically we believe that there should be a food truck court here, and then what we would call, some restaurants sitting in here, some motels, some office buildings back here, and then some retail out here. We would like to propose a museum here with some local flavor of one of the largest employers in Mountain Green, as well as maybe a potential public library or potential community space, something in that corner. We've had several gas stations come to us and want to put right here on this corner, the gas station, and we've said, maybe not. And we've said, they said, well, we're the biggest gas station in the state of Utah. And we said, well, okay, we have other places. But we just don't think the premier corner coming off the freeway and Old Highway needs another gas station, especially with 6 acres. The new tenant that I'm talking about needs 6 acres because of their RVs and different things. So we've resisted that, and yet this is the walkable that we're talking about, where you're walking in this area. It's somewhat like the Big Sky, and you can go to behind that packet. There's some renderings, and I'll just pull these up real quick. And these are just artist concepts of what that potentially could be, and maybe it's a creamery, maybe it's a restaurant, maybe it's, and the only thing that's disappointing and why we're not ready to go out with these is, I don't think there's consistent enough architecture, to be honest with you, for what we're looking here. Even though it shows kind of the massing of it, we believe this is the core where the commercial should happen, and we believe this is the massing that will build itself out as you know, the freeway comes through and we connect to Old Highway. So in our commercial world, we're suggesting that this is kind of the core. We realize the town center has that commercial, and
And that's this piece of property right here, correct?
that is correct.
Yes.
And how many acres is that?
It actually goes all the way over here as well.
But how much is this?
Between that and Rome, across the street,
Oh, that's a nasty thing to say.
To
I
the
don't even want you to
Lee's
say that.
Well,
it's 49 acres. I believe it's 19-ish,
20 acres.
somewhere around in there.
That is 20.
And that's
Okay,
this,
can
that's
I-
this whole corner then, up to Lee's Market that goes
Well,
down.
including Lee's, all the way out
All
over
the
here,
way out.
all of that.
Can I have you dispel a rumor that someone said to me that Rome, if they don't develop this into commercial, within 5 years, they can go back to residential?
I don't remember reading that, but I'd have to go back to their development agreement. I don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay.
I can send you an email tomorrow about it though.
There was some provision in the town center zoning that allows them to revert, but I can't remember how long it is, or if that
Yeah,
may not have made it into their development.
I definitely haven't read it in our ordinance.
It's there, Matt.
It would,
Really?
if
Yeah,
there's a
Don't they have to
provision, it'd
make
have
an
to be in
effort to
the-
go
We
and
can
get
comment
people
on it,
there?
but we're,
Yeah,
we don't want to.
there's some parameters
It's,
around it.
we looked
Yeah.
up the development agreement and it's there. After a period of time, it reverts.
Yeah, I'll have to look. it
Not
up.
after a period of time. It specifically mentions the village at Trappers Loop and says if there's some type of agreement between Rome and the village of Trappers Loop, the Trappers Loop commercial area can basically replace the Rome.
It was to
Transfer the commercial into somebody else's property, and then they are then entitled to do an additional 100
I remember
acres.
that now. And-
Okay, so
and-
what does that mean?
It means they need the cooperation of a different landowner before it could change from commercial to residential.
I think what we were
Part of-
trying to do is say, if we were going to consolidate, like, say that village area or town square area that they've identified and showed you the massing, if we consolidated commercial over on one side of the road, these two parties could do an exchange of density to accommodate that. But they haven't approached, I don't think they've approached Johnson's or
I thought it
Gardner's
was a
with respect to
3-year.
that.
No, it doesn't have a term in it.
It doesn't have a term?
And the reason behind
I
that
stand
was
corrected.
really because, as you pointed out, there's a lot of acreage here, right? But to really have viable commercial, you don't want it spread out so far that it's, people are going from one end to the other to get to things. You really want to concentrate it enough that it makes sense. And doing a minimum of 35% would spread it out quite a lot if you didn't try to concentrate it. So the idea was, well, which side of the road do you actually make your town center on? Because you've got two parts here, and does it make sense to have a town center on both sides of Old Highway Road, or is it better to consolidate it on one? So the hope was eventually that they would work with somebody to try to condense it.
Yeah, it probably makes sense to have commercial on both sides of the road, but in terms of creating the town square, that is the primary focus, that the food trucks are surrounding, that people can, there can be, community concerts on a green space area. That is the hope, that we can consolidate some of that down. Maybe-
Because these two pieces are already commercial, they're building that one. That's a bank.
Yes.
Or credit union.
So it's probably the area behind the
I
bank
don't want
going
another
up on the hill.
PID.
Well, and
Bunch
that's
of
not
crap
Rome
there.
property on the corner, just to be clear.
Mark Nelson's.
Yeah, there's some
This one
other
here.
third-party
That's
owners.
not Rome.
Here?
It's just that.
Yes,
That whole big
This-
thing?
where that
This one
one
is
is.
just Rome,
right
right
down
here.
in there.
Just
That's-
that little
that's all-
skinny thing?
And
Both
this.
little parts.
This is Rome.
This out
I
here
don't see this
is,
as part of it.
I thought this
Oh,
was
maybe
part of
that
theirs.
is, that might be.
And I thought this one here was
Look
Mark
on the-
Nelson's. Put,
So you- when
put
you-
the Maverick on the other side.
So when you look at
In a
Big
public
Sky,
meeting, I didn't mention any names.
I did.
when you look at Big Sky and they kind of focused around that little horseshoe, so are you using kind of the food truck area? Is that what you're calling
Yeah.
the horseshoe, basically?
That's what we're calling the town, we're gonna start
You're gonna
calling it the
say
town square.
That's the square,
So this
okay.
is the town.
So
And it
you're di-
probably needs to expand to a little bit of a green space, including that barn
That's-
structure area that covers for the
and-
food truck people.
And Vaughn, we don't like that road coming in and just bamming right into the people, yeah, right there.
This road right here?
Yeah, we don't like that coming in and hitting. We want the food truck people to go into the other space and not dodge cars.
Sure.
And so we're still working on, is there a better way to set that up?
How many food trucks are you planning for?
Pardon?
How many food trucks are you planning for?
It would
Well-
probably be a pavilion that
This piece of-
accommodates
this
8
is-
of them, and what we would do is we would set it up in a rectangular shape and provide power sufficient for all of them. So none of them are running any generators. And then they have a shared eating space in the middle of the square that has some type of cover over it for the winter time and tables. And then those food trucks would share in some type of cost sharing.
So that-
cleanup.
I
that-
don't, when I
that-
picture food trucks, I don't picture very classy
Look
establishments.
look up the food truck courts in Portland. I'm not touting Portland because I don't like Portland at all. But I would say that they've probably perfected the.
Yeah, I've been to several in Portland. They're really interesting.
It's not,
Now
it's
they're
not the
trying to
greasy
incubator.
cater.
If the food trucks can come and see, and they're there, and all of a sudden be successful, then they're gonna go rent some of these other stores. They're gonna come over and say, hey, we want some space here. But it's kinda hard to get them up there if all of a sudden they're committing to a big long-term lease and they haven't
But
made
if they
a
can be there
splash.
temporarily and hit some
So-
peak.
So you're kind of talking like the smoking box car, started out as a food truck, and then he's like, oh, this is working.
Yeah.
I want a storefront and my food truck.
Exactly.
Okay.
But this is your town square. This is, we've got to work together in figuring this out. That's why it's a work in progress. It just shows some concepts, but at massing scale to start to say, you know, that's still a pretty big area.
And I think for the record, we should say that the area designated on those sheets are not what's part of the rezoning that's being requested.
Right.
That is
this
correct.
Right.
We're now moving into the
And you don't
real-
own this land, right?
Well, That's
This
Johnson's.
gentleman right here does because
But
his
you're
grandpa,
developing it?
his grandpa and Wayne are going to die and he's going to own it.
They're, from what I understand, they're working
Jointly?
together.
You're both developing it.
Okay.
What I loved about Big Sky is they started with that beautiful green space for people together, like that's what the residents saw first. So the residents in Mountain Green, all they're seeing first right now are townhomes, 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 townhomes. They're not seeing any of this other stuff that you're gonna provide. So to provide something first for them to actually see and use is huge.
We've had,
resident.
Dwayne and I, we've had 6 food trucks that got booted off the corner, and I guess they were on the one corner leading
Owned
up.
by UDOT, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
and they want to come over, and we're just like, we're not gonna hodgepodge again. Let us figure out a better systematic way than just all of a sudden a food truck over there, food truck there, and then pretty soon you're back to this traffic type issues. And so, well, we'll pay you, and we're like, I know, but let us figure out the right way and the right trash receptacles and the right generators without, you know, all those things, the water, restrooms. And so, there's no question, as we talked last time, Lee's is casting a wider net. We hope this kind of a project would cast a wider net as people come and go through that area. So that's not why we're meeting. I just wanted to show you that the commercial does have some legs. It needs your help, needs all of our help. I met with a tenant today that thinks he could bring a hotel, but again, we're work in progress. So now we're going to dial into what we were in front of the commission on and the planning commission, and that's the 4.5 acres behind some existing residential.
That's
Skylar?
this one?
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe we should have stapled those, sorry.
I'm gonna get there. Just give me a
Fine,
second.
you get rid of them.
Jeez. Oh, here it is.
Just this one here, right?
That's the parcel north of the Wayne and Dwayne Town Center concept plan that we talked about earlier today. So this is the one that goes out to Old Highway Road that makes the
That's
hill.
town center. Is it?
No, it's
Yeah.
opposite.
This is the action item tonight for the concept plan.
RM15.
That's the other portion of what they
This
want
is
to combine
town
into
center?
town center.
No, this is, we're applying
you
for
asked me-
RM15 here.
In a rezone, we're not showing, but we're showing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get the puzzle here.
It's
That's these guys.
this piece,
So that one is right.
this piece right here, and that
I'm trying to see it based on what we just talked about.
it's right here.
This is what we're doing town center.
Flip that around, Matt, and then.
Flip it around.
This is
Your
whole
bearings.
thing. So, yeah.
So we
So
have
right
the longest.
behind
So Old Highway's at the top.
Everhart.
Everhart's is right there.
So the old
These
lease
are
right
right there. We
here,
bought
that's
that
Old
nice
Highway
place.
Trappers.
So we have
So
the
that's
longest
missing
distance on
some of
this, and
it.
this
It's
one
this L right over here.
almost
So-
got skipped over.
And
This is where
Johnson's
we-
R15.
Yes.
This,
We came
this one
to the
here,
commission
we
trying to
already-
get a land use agreement with the county on, for our wells. We couldn't, we have septic tanks, so we had to buy them. And then in turn, we have 4.5 acres. We'd like to put some townhomes in there. We'd like to mirror kind of the townhomes that's behind, not in style, but we think this supports what the commercial could be. And so that's the 4.5 acres that we had submitted in. Scudder, anything else? Okay. The next parcel is, and this is where we own this, so DRM, those two, the one homely guy and the other better-looking guy.
One BYU, one Utah?
I'll let you decide which one's the homely and which one's the better-looking. They're our partners on this. They're our contractors and so forth. So now, going to the 35...
Partners on what? This? All this?
Yeah.
Johnson's and yours?
No, Johnson's are Johnson's. DRM and Gardner's are here.
Okay.
Okay, apologize. 35 acres. This ground is behind the Lee's Market, and so if you look at, you can see there's the townhomes, there's Lee's, there's the townhomes, there's the townhomes we were just describing, and we have this 35 acres that Dwayne and I bought from the railroad a couple of years ago. And if this is town center, then we would have commercial here, and then we'd have residential here. And so we didn't complicate it this time by showing what kind of residential. We know that there needs to be some discussion on what that residential looks like. We would like to do some townhomes and probably, if there's some, not garden-style apartments, but apartments that would have some garages. We believe the garages are critical. But what we're trying to show you is this is 35 acres, showing how much would be commercial and how much would be residential, which sits between the freeway, which is right here, I-84, and the old highway, which is over here. So this is off the main highway, excuse me, the old highway, and yet you, on 84, you would be sitting in here looking at the residential and commercial. So this was a town center application, where the other one was an RM15 application. Now, we could look at, combining some of those in and increasing some commercial here and putting some residential there. We're just right now trying to define that this is what we were originally asking for.
So I had sent this to Jeremy and Josh. Did you guys have a
Yeah.
chance to review this over the
Yeah.
weekend? I mean, this is the narrative that kind of describes what the property is, and then the areas that we want to do commercial and residential, and then the types of residential, the single-family detached and attached, and the multifamily.
Why does no one ever propose any 55 and over patio home areas? Is it not profitable? Is it? I mean, it's a huge need in our county. We have lots of elderly people asking, why don't we have any 55 and over communities?
Yeah, we don't have any that are specifically zoned that way, I guess, or restricted to that, but in the Cottonwoods at Mountain Green, our cottage home project has turned into a quasi-retired, there's quite a few empty nesters that have, and there's 68 units, and we're actually just about to make another application for another 25 of those units. So,
But they're not
we have seen the
specifically
demand for it.
Patio
yes.
homes.
Just because the issue, there is income restrictions because they don't know how much their income's gonna go and, you know, in today's world, and so we've not done it. We had one other project we tried to restrict and it just doesn't work. It's so different. How old are you now?
Oh, I can fit in there. What I mean, there's a lot of people too with a lot of money that want out of their house that's worth over $1 million, and some of these patio homes are 800,000.
They are great. The one
easily.
project that he was referring to, we had people that ended up coming in as the parents, and then the parents and several different generations down also moved in.
And we're like, where did they come from?
And it kind of turned into this policing. It was quite difficult to police, so we haven't developed anything specifically with those restrictions, but there could be a demand for it.
I don't know as I'm saying restrictions, but the type of housing that elderly could be in.
The patio home with
Patio
the singular
homes,
step to get into
Correct.
the home. Yeah.
Yeah. That, whatever the name, I can't remember what that company down in Kaysville, Layton, they've made a killing doing, you know, but. Ovation. Ovation.
They have medical. Yeah. So, as we went to your area plan, and you've had this in the area plan and you've seen it, and it shows the number of households that's required, you know, for some of the commercial. We're just introducing today with these two projects, some additional commercial and some residential. We would like to say, if we're not able to develop the commercial in a period of time, that maybe back in this four corner of the universe, or excuse me, of this project, that maybe residential could expand. But in the area plan, we do know that it requires, for retail, it requires 2,255 more households. In the area plan for, like retail clothing and so forth, what it would require. So we recognize the area plan is very consistent in what it would require. So we are fully committed to get the commercial right, the core commercial. And so we think there's a little bit of labeling when we say town center, because everybody thinks it's the town center. We say it's the core. The town center, we're fine with the 35 acres being the town center, because maybe there's some flex space or something else that we could introduce. But we also felt very comfortable that it's consistent with the RM15 to be RM15 next to it and in that residential market. There's a couple of options that could be open if we combined our applications together. We're just trying to be consistent with what we originally submitted, and yet we're open to working with the commission on both parcels. The last thing in our vocabulary is that we have noticed that, and I said this in my original presentation the other night, I can't define affordable. I don't know what that means, just to be totally honest with you. I would like to tell you that the state is saying the more density you put on this 35 acres, the more affordable it will become. And I don't know that principle. One, you've heard them say it, and
I don't agree with what they're saying.
right, and I'm saying, well, how does it become more affordable? Because instead of 5 units per acre, you're gonna put 20 units per acre or something? And what does that mean in the actual outcome of everything? So,
Well, in single-family homes, that's approximately a 4 to 5,000 square foot lot with a 12 to 1,400 square foot home.
correct.
Which is typically the size of a starter. And, you know, there's more comps for that than there are for the 3-acre single-family home. That's definitely not going to be affordable.
And so we're not here trying to pull the smoke over anybody and say, hey, this is all going to be affordable. In today's market, I don't know, lumber prices could have gone up 25%, but they stabilized, even though the lumber people jumped on it real quick, and we've seen those numbers jump, and other things. So we're here saying we need households, we think households are critical. Now, mechanisms for the commission. We like the CRA, we like the commercial reinvestment area for the commercial. We think that's a very useful tool. And I've been negligent in getting Kate what she needs as we've originally discussed that. We think this core center is going to need a CRA. It really gets problematic stretching it out to residential, just to be totally honest with you. It doesn't translate on the tax base as it does in a commercial. The next one is the units that Josh already has on the books, excuse me, county already has on the books, sorry, Josh.
Yeah, that's not.
The C, with the assisted development, what are they called? CR?
RDAs.
The units that are in the basement.
ADUs.
Thank
The
you.
accessory dwelling units?
Yeah, accessory dwelling units. I couldn't get the acronym, apologize. We like that, but only because then an additional household would come in. So primary household, that's your rules here. So the primary household has to be the owner in the home. You can't just, and then they could rent it out to somebody else, maybe the basement or whether it's tied to the unit or not tied. So we think that's an effective tool. We like the fact that there's some additional density, but still, density doesn't translate a lot of times into just less, it's going to be more affordable, which I think the state's trying to do. They will come up with zones, housing zones, the state will, and we could designate the 35 acres as a housing zone, and then what is the state going to give you? Well, they're not sure yet, because the legislature hasn't passed. And you were down there, what, a week ago?
I was there last.
You were there? But they're going to penalize you traffic funds if you don't adhere to their new rules, in which it seems so punitive than versus being positive, in my opinion. So the last one is, in our vocabulary, we're not a PID promotion. We're not in any way, shape, or form promoting that. We're suggesting that if we did something, and we're not suggesting we're VRBOs, we would still stick with a 30-day limit. That if you're going to lease something, you have to lease it for 30 days or more. We're not trying to do overnights like some of the other people in the neighborhood. We think that is very problematic to create a neighborhood and so forth. But we do believe that there's going to be something in a bonding package for infrastructure that the state's going to introduce that maybe has some advantages. Now, what are those advantages? A 40-year amortization on a bond versus what we're looking for is before they move in, we got to pay for it. So maybe there's a extended bonding package for main things, major trunk lines, major, water lines, or we're in the process of building a water pump house and some other things. So, maybe there's some infrastructure that could be bonded for, and that's what the state's trying to promote. I don't know how it translates into a project like this, But we're also open for the county. We understand you guys have a ton of grant money that, no, I'm just kidding.
You know something we don't?
Yeah. So we're committed to Morgan County in doing what's best for Morgan County. We haven't in the past done anything that would interfere with that. We believe that the town center is so critical to the overall community. We have developed a ton of commercial space, retail. We've developed a ton of office space, which is hemorrhaging today, along with the retail. And we've developed a ton of residential. Everybody says, how many more apartments can Salt Lake take? Because they're on every corner. And the answer is, I don't know. I just don't know. But they're continuing to build them. We believe that we ought to work together with you. We think that the two sites are somewhat independent because the 35 acres is really a bigger site and has more issues that it has to work through. But we believe the 4.5 acres seems pretty consistent with the residential neighborhoods that are there. Questions or concerns?
No, I appreciate this, thank you. And this is very organized, which helps my brain, and Josh doesn't have to keep explaining things to me. But one thing that I've heard from constituents is, so under your open space area, you define Kent Smith Park as the Mountain Green Regional Park, Sportsville, and then you just have small parks, little pocket parks throughout. But residents we need another big park. Kent Smith just gets packed. And now they're moving flag football down there. And then I don't know where soccer's gonna go. But is there anywhere in here for a nice big park, the Roland Gardner Park?
As long as my name wasn't on it, we could do something. Parks are a double-edged sword, just because of the water.
You make it a smart park.
We could make it a smart park. We said Kent Smith Park, but we also think behind the Stake Center is the next park. All that excess ground back there is a great location for a big couple of soccer fields next to their existing ball diamond.
You're talking down on Cottonwood Canyon Road?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we believe that some of those are just the ongoing maintenance and so forth. We could try to find some locations of that. I don't know.
Is this going to be an HOA?
Yes.
So it's not open to the public?
Well, public still come in, but no, it's an HOA, yeah.
You're gonna have trails or sidewalks?
Trails and sidewalks. Along the river, creek, we should have some ongoing trails and to connect into the regional trails. And then some others expanded sidewalks to 6 feet so they can walk side by side.
Don't you think a park over by the commercial area would be so much more beneficial? Like, families are coming, they're going to games, and then they're walking to businesses to
I
get
think
dinner,
next to the
do
food
this.
court, there ought to be some grassy areas. And-
We want a pedestrian-friendly city that's designed around pedestrians, bikes, not around cars. That's what we're looking for.
And I think there ought
And
to be
safety.
around the food trucks and some of that area, there ought to be a bigger area.
You're gonna have to cram a lot of density around it to do that. The walking distance for a walkable community is generally about a half mile. I'm not walking from my house down to this
Come on,
grocery
Bobby.
store. The older it gets, the less inclined I'll be to do it.
Take your e-bike.
Ask him how he did at the Riverwalk to see the BYU game. He
Yeah,
started
that
to
was a
blend
lot
in.
of walking. That's 14 miles
Okay,
of trails.
I just got back from Atlanta, and there's a trail called the Beltway. You heard of that? It's 36 miles. It connects the entire city. It goes around and in and through parks, and it connects neighborhoods, and it's
does.
restaurants all along the way, and you take your little bird scooters, and off you go, or you walk, or you rollerblade, or you ride your bike.
They didn't
Just
just,
no dirt bikes.
they didn't just put that in one
No,
go.
it's
though.
been years.
It
Yeah.
has been
And lots of
progressively
funding.
put in.
And I think that's
per
where it's key to have
project.
Johnsons
Yeah.
and Gardners here, because
But
I
if you
think that's
have
our
the
problem, is we've got
wrong
all these
vision.
different landowners.
Well,
for them
you
to come
have-
together, to
That's
try to
true.
make something.
There are a lot of different landowners, but with the rezoning to town center, you're tying them together.
And that's what I'm saying,
And
but
so-
you still have to get them to get on board with what the neighbor did.
Well, you have, with town center zoning, you have something that somebody with hard zone doesn't
Well, you got the
have.
development agreement.
And the development agreement can define what your expectations are for trail connectivity and parks.
Well, we certainly don't
and things like
object to
that.
trail connectivity. I mean, if you had a regional park system, he said it, we're
Yeah.
certainly wanting to connect into a regional park system. But I don't know that your town center zone is a good place for a regional park, is what I'm saying.
But it's
I
a
mean,
better place for a
it's-
pocket.
You're obviously the legislative decision maker now, not me, but just from a planning perspective, Kent Smith is relatively close. I agree we could have another regional park within Mountain Green. I don't think I would put it in the town center.
Well, what if New York didn't have Central Park?
Well, that's
And
a.
the cows didn't have anywhere to graze. You know, it's-
In some of the lower communities like Kaysville, the big regional parks are actually surrounded by the residential, like Angel Street Soccer Complex. There's 6 soccer fields there.
Yeah, and
It's
I'm not
all
picturing like
homes
a
around it.
huge 6
So
soccer field.
when
but-
we were reviewing the area plan, the primary trail system was along Old Highway Road and along Cottonwood Canyon Road. So our thought was smaller 8,000 square foot pocket parks would be the origination points for trails that lead up to Cottonwood Creek Trail that goes from one side to the other underneath the new off-ramp, sorry, over to the residential area.
That was gonna be one of my questions is, and I know that's further to the west, but that connectivity from one side of the, you know, the off-ramp, whatnot, to the other side, I'm hoping that's.
You're
all-
saying it correctly, because we've been working with them, and we think we got a pedestrian. We're also hoping to get an automobile that can go underneath, because
Tunnel underneath.
tunnel underneath.
So like an actual road that cars
Yeah,
can ride?
because when we really look at the distance of, from the new interchange to go down to Old Highway,
You got
That's
a
all.
big hill
It's,
there.
yeah, it's pretty long.
and they gotta get past the train, which, I mean, you know this, 15.6 is your overpass.
Mhm.
Well, they gotta get up at the train.
Right.
That's 22 feet.
Mhm.
So we're gonna be way up there.
It's gonna be,
coming-
it's gonna be tall.
Coming down. They don't even think we can get, that's why I didn't want to represent something. They don't even think we can get this right in and right out that I've shown on the one master plan. They just don't think that can happen because they think they're gonna be 10 feet above us.
Are you talking on this one over here?
Yeah, that one.
So this one right here?
Yep, UDOT doesn't think that can happen. They think the soonest we can get down is at the stoplight of Old Highway and Trapper Loop.
Well,
And
if
I'm
that's
like,
the
do you
case, you're
think-
definitely gonna need a road underneath
Yeah.
to connect.
Thank you. And that's why we said, well, we gotta have connectivity between the two.
Berlin, do you think in terms of the plaza area that you showed in the town square, that you could prioritize the plaza in the development of it in terms of tenant mix and putting that in early rather than late?
Yeah.
I know you asked about that earlier.
And the answer is yes. We believe that the food truck park, which could evolve then into even permanent food, should have a stage that could open up into an open grassy area and where people could gather and picnic and listen to music or watch the cloggers.
Yeah,
But
I'm
you're-
just saying if you offer that to the residents first, instead of, they're just seeing more townhomes and they're getting exhausted, but something
Yeah,
I mean, it's
Yeah.
your land, right?
Yeah, you
But
say-
but I think
you
what you're
say
talking about
townhomes or
size-wise is
storage
something
units
more
right now,
like
and
Gallivan's.
you may as well get lynched.
Yeah, I'm not thinking like.
So,
individual park.
the question I have
Just
is,
some
Good point.
is this
good-sized green space,
this
not just
library
top part.
museum thing that you've got going there, or that you'd like, do you want that to be privately held, or do you want that to be government held?
That's kind of-
We would see it as a condominium where if you would extend your satellite, your library system out there into that part of the county, it could be owned, we would build it, but it could be maintained and managed by the government, and we'd provide this space. The museum is going to be more of a gathering place where we hopefully can display certain things that are from the area, whether it's,
Browning rifles,
yeah,
Or the history of the area,
cement
basically.
trucks.
cement trucks. Cement trucks. And some cars, maybe antique type cars that could
The
come
old
up
gas
from their
station used to be there, the whole
inventory.
town.
We just believe that we need something that is that gathering, that area.
So, within all this plan, and I was thinking this last few days, a government center, because eventually Mountain Green may turn into an incorporated city.
Yeah, there's
So-
8,000 feet in that building for something like that.
Okay. So it is-
I'm not promoting that. I
Right,
would
but I'm
rather-
just wondering if
I'd rather
if
stay
the
in the
government
county.
needs to be the ones that own it, or they buy it, or whatever, and then
Lease it.
rebuild it, or
Yeah.
lease it, or whatever. I'm just trying to think of what your thought is in that area.
Yeah. So it's 28,000 square feet. It's way bigger than what it should be right now. But we're just trying to define, after certain meetings, what could the museum, what could the library, what could be sheriff's, a sheriff's, what do they call it?
Substation.
Yeah, thank you. And some areas like that that would help the community, you know,
That's why a park would be good in that, I mean, a smaller park even.
yeah.
One other question a
Yes.
resident had was, so where's the rest stop?
Right there.
Here?
Basically right there, yeah.
Oh, so it's more over by the commercial,
The rest stop will go away when the interchange
that will
comes,
be
though.
gone?
It'll be removed.
Coming right through there.
Okay. Never mind.
So, yeah, there won't be access because it won't exist.
They were wondering if there'd be a barrier.
Probably be fences somewhere along here,
Well, yeah, certainly between the freeway and
Yeah.
the residential.
but that's where it's supposed to go.
That actually is a good point, just really quickly, just so you have, can I grab this right here? If you see on this map, the lower, there's a big shelf right here that's like 35 feet high.
That's where the power lines are running.
Yeah, the power lines
The
are on the
power
top
lines,
of
the
it, so
rendezvous point.
a good portion of the 35 acres in this lower area down here is actually substantially lower in elevation than the majority of the, I guess, the shelf, for lack of a better term, that is Old Highway Road.
So one of
So
my
you gonna
questions,
move that shelf? Because it's just piled up.
No, I mean, we'll probably mine some of it to build the roads with, because it's like perfect pit run and can be crushed into road base, but
what's your plans with the power lines running through there? Because they're kind of run right through that piece.
It's a great question. It's a little bit of a chicken and eggs. The interchange has to deal with it, and we've been talking to them about it, and they've been looking at us like, oh, and we think it's gonna have to go underground.
So in my meeting with Rocky Mountain Power a couple weeks ago, it's 12.5 million a mile to put that power underground,
That's for transmission lines.
which
If
that's
if
what
they're
those are.
distribution, then
Those
it's
are
less.
transmission.
Yeah, they're big.
So those are what's feeding the Mountain Green substation. And so, according to Rocky Mountain, what they told me is it's not our problem. That's why I'm just asking the question.
We
you know.
agree it's not their problem,
So-
but I think they'll work with us in getting the best solution. And whatever the interchange runs into, maybe. we
Yeah, they're
gotta-
gonna have to figure something out there.
Yeah, and so we've been working with the UDOT people and saying, okay, let's start getting ahead of this. What should happen in those areas? And that is, do we put it underground? Do we put it underground for a period, and
And
then
then back up.
bring it up. And it also affects the other 40 acres.
Mhm.
And it does go to the you're correct, goes to the Lambs substation, excuse
Substation,
me.
yeah.
Which has not been upgraded. I thought you said it had been upgraded, but
It's not.
it's not upgraded. So
What's that on the other side?
What's gonna top?
No, they were going to move it across the road, but then when they started, they had to come out there and drill holes, like, I think it was like up to 80 feet
Yeah, it
deep,
didn't work.
and it won't support the station, so it's going
Well,
back.
across the street is Covington.
Covington,
Yeah,
Right,
it's a
that-
subdivision which prohibits that type of use, and so they're using it as a staging ground, and they're gonna upgrade across the
they're
street.
upgrading the original, where the
But
substation
what's all
is.
those new units there?
It's a storage
They're
yard right
just,
now,
they're
temporary.
stocking it.
They're stocking it as they get ready to upgrade.
Oh, I thought that was.
It won't upgrade for another almost year and a half.
Okay.
They said they hope to have the transformer by
Yeah, I
early
talked,
spring.
yeah, I talked to them, they're hoping to have it by May 2026.
Yeah, when I talked to the substation guy, he was like, we're hoping, June is when they want it up and running. But it's gonna take the entire half acre ground.
What's those
It's gonna
green
be-
trees there?
This is
With-
the road.
I thought that was substation equipment right there.
They're stocking, they're getting
There's a
ready.
little bit of sitting there.
So
Yeah.
they own the property in Covington. I don't remember the last part of Covington, but
Coventry
Coventry
Cove.
Cove, thank you,
Yeah.
Coventry Cove. They have a temporary use permit to store materials there. They have to renew it after every year with the understanding that they have to return it to how it was before when they're done.
Okay, sorry.
So, when they told me a couple weeks ago that they're hoping that the new transformer will be here early spring of next year, and then they'll start that process.
Yeah, as a time frame though, for this project,
Yeah.
and I
I
talked
was
to you
just
a little
curious
bit
what the
about that
powers are
today,
doing.
to go through the development agreement process, to get that finalized, and then to start going through the subdivision process, you're probably looking at 2 years anyway, minimum.
Yeah, no, I knew this, I mean, they were telling me that, like, if somebody signed the documents and paid their check today, it'd be a year and a half before they set a transformer in the subdivision, because they don't have transformers. And so they said, we're a year and a half, 2 years out, if they paid their money today to do that subdivision. So, and I know this isn't gonna happen like tomorrow, but I think a lot of the citizens are, as Raylene said, they're very nervous of what's coming, and,
Parts of Mountain Green lost power a
Mhm.
few days ago because of the twins.
yeah. Well, we've got voltage problems all over this county, that's just a disaster. I mean, and Rocky Mountain's aware of it, and all of their voltage regulators are maxed out. They cannot turn them up anymore. He says we're maxed.
China and their terrorists, you're not gonna.
Yeah, it might make it even worse, so. Anyways, I mean, I know that's not part of this discussion. I was just curious what the thoughts
So we're
were on the
gonna do
power lines.
nuclear up here?
That's all.
That'd be great.
I'd be thrilled.
What's that?
I would be
Zero
zero.
nuclear?
Zero carbon footprint.
I'm down.
But Roland, this is very cohesive.
Especially if it's like.
Yeah, and have you talked to
Yes.
Everhart? Like, I know he mentioned he'd like
He
access
just
to
needs
his
access to
backyard.
the backyard. They're supportive of it, just, I guess there's something in the backyard that they needed access to.
Which one are you talking about?
The Everhart?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they were at the planning commission meeting, and I spoke to them after. They were encouraged that it was going to be residential as opposed to commercial right up to their backyard. But we are going to try to accommodate some type of easement access into their backyard for their drilled water well.
Also
They
water
have
well.
buried people back there or something?
No, it's just water.
You can't drill over here, you can only drill right there.
Okay.
I think one of the biggest concerns, like, and I think this comes back from that meeting a couple weeks ago, is when you see 200 and something plus apartment units in that one little area. I think that gets, it sure got my attention. It's gotten a lot of people, we've read emails and that, how can we get more of the, when I grew up, we called those the projects. You go to Atlanta, they have areas called the projects, and you don't go there unless you live there. And, we talked to the police departments, and that's where all the trouble arises, because you're stacking people one on top of the other.
Or you
And
go
I-
to Boston to Beacon Hill and there's like
That's where I
10
grew up.
million of
Yeah,
them.
no, you know the projects.
So there would be.
No, I mean, it's nice.
Yeah, if you do it right, but
So
I
there's
mean,
plenty of apartment buildings around the country that are not the projects.
I
Right.
understand
think there's
that.
other
I understand
issues
that, but I
led
think
to
a
what
lot of
created the
our
projects.
constituents, that is their concern.
I just think you
So-
need to be careful labeling multifamily as crime
Well, when you talk to the sheriff and the attorneys, and they say, where have our calls gone? They're going right there.
Yeah, I'd have to disagree, because I've worked in all those.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Projects are government subsidized housing,
Right.
from my experience dealing with projects, like in the east or south. This isn't government subsidized.
No.
But I do think when you have people on top of each other, that is where a lot of.
Correct, and that's what I'm trying, I mean, we liken them to the projects of the government housing, but when you start jamming people on top, that's where it starts.
I can name plenty of apartment
These are
complexes that don't have the crime.
And we can name thousands that do.
Yeah.
And
Well,
and so,
that's true.
and that's what I'm saying, you can go both directions, but I think that's a major concern of the people, is as we start stacking people on top of each other. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Belt and suspenders for you is there's a development agreement that we have to work through and show exactly what we're doing. We're not fans of the garden type apartments, that means carports and things. We're more fans of something that's for rent would have a garage, so that it would have a little more character to it. But at the same time, the rental pools might still be an area that we really have to focus, because there's only so many people can afford that today. And even though you don't want to rent, maybe that's going to be something that.
Well, I
we have
think
to look
everybody
at.
here probably started out renting somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not against rentals, it's just, you know, and I think we brought this up before, is when you show up to a community, you know, when you drive down the freeway or get off the freeway, what do you see? The first thing, that is your identity. And when you pull in, what do you see? And that's where, and I made that comment when he says, hey, I'd be willing to do a work session, because I like some of these ideas, like with Johnson, different things, like, you know, that's creating an identity. You know, but what is that identity going to be? Is it, we just see massive apartment complexes? Because where I work in Salt Lake, it's like, good grief, this used to be kind of, I could see, now I'm in a hole, you know? And so we're creating that identity. We have an opportunity, and Matt said this before, it's like, we have one shot to do it right.
And we think the architecture of that area, that core, is as critical as anything, because we've got to make sure that the architectural has so unique mountain feel to it.
And I did like that when in the packet, it did show that exterior, you know, what it's gonna look like, and it's like, I liked it. It's like, it looks nice. It's, you know, those exposed beams, I do like it. And so, but as we get outside of that and we start to see those, like I said, the apartments, the townhomes, and, you know, I just think that's.
Well, I
everything
don't
I've been
think
hearing.
Rome, starting off the architecture, helped a ton either.
Right, yes.
Because people don't like that project.
No.
From what I've read, sent to me, they're not wanting another Rome. That,
It's a pretty bland, in my opinion. It looks pretty bland in there.
But a lot of people like it because they bought it. And they
a
live
lot of
there.
investors.
Well, that's,
How many investors?
that is one of the things that Rulon mentioned. We would restrict ours from overnight rental.
That'd be
Because-
through your CCNRs, is that?
Mhm.
Yeah, we would,
Yeah, you guys
we're not
can't.
trying to,
You might be able, you could prohibit short-term.
We could too.
Yeah.
In
I
some
mean,
areas,
can't, yeah.
it's just not countywide.
But, yeah, and through deed restrictions and things like that.
Yeah, we would put it in our CCNR so that we'd have at least a 30-day rental requirement, so that we could maybe not have so much investment purchase. Because, I mean, one of the problems is just supply. And you may, as a community, at some point have to look at apartments with much higher densities. But that's not what they're proposing. I mean, just, we really don't have any. I mean, you have an apartment project in Morgan City.
And I think it's how you finish them out.
Makes a
too.
big difference, you know?
What quality of cabinets you put in, the
Yep.
countertops, all the flooring, it all makes a difference.
So what's your density in that project
There's 36,
on,
there's 24 units.
per acre?
I think we have an acre and a half that they're on.
Yeah.
And you've got a total of 24 units.
Yeah.
So is
I
that,
mean, my
maybe
favorite
16,
apartment project
yeah,
is frankly
16.
across from Hanson.
And this is
Theater, and
proposing
it's
about
6
12,
stories
correct?
high with public
So I thought I was reading somewhere 9 or 10.
It's a
or
beautiful
something.
project.
Was
I
that-
don't
I
expect-
might have been reading
What's the
it.
density
And I've talked to him about that.
I thought it said 12.
That gravel over
Yeah,
there.
12.93.
Right into the water. and they put
I'm not gonna make that. Somewhere
Let's go eat.
I thought you were bringing that in.
Oh, there was a couple.
So,
Skylar, when are they
35
bringing
acre
the
project
food?
density charts here.
so it's about 12, 13.
When are they bringing the food?
I'll go get it. What, Larry's spring chicken in, or?
So,
Is that why you're all gathered
I
around
lean
the
over to
table?
Matt and say, okay, we're done. He goes, well, we kind of planned.
We always schedule meetings right before meals.
And then he said, well, who brought the food?
Hey, not to switch gears too much, but I wanted to maybe hear a little bit from Josh. One of the reasons, when we hired Josh, one of the reasons we hired him is because of his vast planning knowledge. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are in terms of what we've seen here and how that relates to sound planning practices. I mean, you've seen communities develop from the ground up in other areas of the country.
Yeah.
How does this compare to that? What are your thoughts on that? I mean,
I think the best chance you have is to use a development agreement to help organize it to how you want the town center. The Johnson's property already has a development agreement and a conceptual drawing. So, I mean, they're bringing in drawings, but that's not what's in the conceptual. Obviously, that's more refined. But they could submit a site plan for that tomorrow. So the negotiation for the Dwayne side is kind of
It's
done.
done.
But this,
On that note, though, I wanted to just say something, and I've said this to Dwayne and Wayne a couple times. I know there was a lot of, let's call it, differences of opinion between the county and them when that development agreement was put together. And there was legal action involved, and it kind of got messy. And I know as a result of that, there was kind of this opinion, and Dwayne told me, their attorney said, don't ever open this development agreement again to negotiate with the county. I feel like that's a mistake, and I think we ought to be willing to negotiate again if they come to us and say, hey, we want to change things about this development agreement. That's not to say that we're going to give a whole bunch of bonus density or anything like that. That's to say, in 20 years, plans change, right? And we ought to be willing to acknowledge that just because they came up with a solution 20 years ago doesn't mean that's what they should do now. So just throwing that out there, I think we need to be willing to talk with them. And just because they come and say, hey, we want to make a change, doesn't open the agreement, in my mind, to change anything and everything. That just means we could focus on certain changes, should that be something they want to do.
well, I think they will have to come back at some point, because there is an expiration date, from my understanding. And I don't know if that's 5 years from now, or
And now they were
6.
preserving, and I agree with what you're saying, I think there has to be a negotiation with the densities.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we're all just shaking our heads, where do you put all that density? So, I mean, it has to shake itself out in the proper planning. And I think Dwayne and Wayne and everybody's committed to doing that. It's just, the question today is that, okay, how do we best do some of these peripheral areas as we start to work on the core? Now, I'm hearing, saying, well, we got to get somewhere in the core so that these peripheral areas have somewhere to go, and I think it all happens together. And just so the economic study shows, the difference between today and when there's an interchange is like night and day. Just to be totally honest with you. So if the interchange was in tomorrow and it was coming, then the absorption is happening a lot faster on the commercial side, because they could see people right at their door. And our traffic counts around 12,000 at the intersection of Old Highway and Trappers. And yet, just to give you, this just blows my mind, in front of the Maverick in South Weaver, it's 24,000. And you say to yourself, that's just not possible. And then you sit there trying to get out and you say, okay, maybe there is a lot of cars here, but double? I mean, in South Weaver, no, there's just no way. And yet, and so then when the residents show, because on the weekends when the skiers come and or on conference weekend when everybody goes to see the leaves, yeah, there's a lot of traffic. So you say, is that all averaged in our numbers to UDOT? And the answer is, well, yeah, but right now our count doesn't warrant necessarily the interchange, but we can say if it's other parameters such as economics, then yeah, we think it needs to come. But let's not fool ourselves, well, no, the Olympics is going to drive that.
As far as planning in this area, you have one town center property already adjacent to what's being requested, which would tie into the Johnson property over there. You have the unique opportunity because there is a developer that is going through the process of submitting a development agreement with a conceptual drawing right now for M&D Nelson. And as soon as we have a complete application, we're going to start setting up work sessions with the county commission to start working.
And you're talking about the piece that's already zoned town center that's in between these, right?
The M&D
So
Nelson.
He's talking about this one.
Yes.
The one we recognize as M&D, because he sold that.
Yeah, he has sold it.
So that developer is currently uploading documents to an application that he has opened on Civic Review.
Which is what he planned on doing.
So you kind of have a unique opportunity to try to tie these two projects together through the development agreement process. And I think the two together could really kind of lead into Wayne and Dwayne's property and help facilitate that.
And their commercial could be out next to the old highway. I mean, we're just showing figuratively what it is in the overall feel. I mean,
Yeah, their conceptual drawing shows the commercial where Lee's is, and then over here.
Is there a world where you might end up working with them to move some of their
Yeah.
commercial onto yours
Yeah.
and
They-
move some more
they have-
residential onto theirs? I'm just curious.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
spoke to
So
them.
you're trying to still keep
Oh, no.
the center
But they're
of
coming in
Mountain
right
Green
now as
commercial.
well.
What was their agreement with the referendum
Is that correct?
situation?
I mean, because based upon everything you've
I
shown
am
us here,
not privy to
it is,
any agreement.
There
that
was
it's
they
no
more
had.
of a
agreement to my
center
knowledge.
is the commercial.
Oh, was
Center around Trapper
I don't
Loop,
have that.
the freeway.
Whatever, I don't have that.
Old highway, that whole area.
Do you have that?
Is commercial. And
Well,
then
it's
you're
gonna be- it's
expanding
gonna
out
show
the
up in the
residential
conceptual
onto the other
drawings.
side, is that correct?
With density and stuff.
Kind of like,
I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
kind of like a
think it's
bullseye,
half.
target.
Yeah.
But wait, Commissioner Newton's,
If
what
you're
he's saying
going
is
for a
correct.
walkable community,
Let's
you
just-
want to put the
this is what
density
all we're
around
saying
for
is
people
right
to
now.
activate.
If you take their
That's
9
the commercial
acres
space, the town
of
square, the
commercial,
plaza,
wherever it
the
goes,
small park,
and you
whatever it
take
is.
our 5 acres back there,
Because the
wherever,
people
you know,
who-
however
the
it
people
lays
who
out.
walk through
Should that,
in the evening
should we
are the
all
people
come
who
back
live
to the
there.
county and say, okay, that should be really here, let's work on this together here,
might do
creating
too
some of
much.
that while we fill in the rest of this.
And
Yeah, you're transferring a little bit. I mean, I think in an ideal world, to be honest, in an ideal world, all of that property would be under one ownership and one development agreement, right? Because then you really can get exactly what you want. And that's when you get much more sound zoning practices, like the bullseye type thing you
Right.
mentioned, where we
People
put
like to be
the
around.
heavy commercial and then we go out with a little heavier residential to, larger lot kind of thing. So I guess my question was just to see if that's something you're amenable to. And
We're-
I love that idea, and I hope that that comes to fruition, where everybody in that area kind of works together to, because that creates better connectivity, better architecture if you're working together, better roadways,
Trail
all of that.
connectivity.
And I think, it shows that you already are from this one, because these are obviously two different owners, and you're trying to create good connectivity there. So, anyway,
Well,
for
just
what
makes
it's
it-
worth, I think that's,
It just makes the whole thing cohesive and not just a
Yeah.
hodgepodge mess.
And I agree.
And
That's
so,
why Commissioner
yeah.
Newton just has to stay in Croydon, because he doesn't care what happens. No, I'm just kidding.
oh, I definitely care what happens there.
We don't?
This is something that, the truth is, we're talking about building Mountain Green City.
And you've been
Right?
on
And I
this
take
since-
that really seriously because, and I've been on Planning Commission and now this, it's been 12 years of talking about this. I helped design the town center zoning and talk about all the design standards and stuff. Because, like you said, you only get one chance to do it right. Redevelopment's expensive and
Yeah.
doesn't work well, and it doesn't happen quickly either, so. I think this is great that we're talking about trying to work together to create something that looks good and works good.
Seems like you guys around here. because it's different.
Commissioner Newton,
You
we
mean
have
that
a
one
million
times
gallon
regular
tank,
meetings supposed to
and they
start?
might want it.
Yeah.
So I bet.
Yeah, we scheduled this for 2 hours. So we got a little bit of time.
So what is your intent, Councilman, for the CRA?
We would
I'm
like to.
getting nervous we're not on schedule.
We would like
for
to
commission meeting.
look
It's
at it just from the
inherent.
commercial side.
Nope, you're good.
okay?
Oh, it is,
But
that's RG.
we don't think it really applies to these two areas that are residential per se.
Okay.
And so we are in the process of trying to finalize some of our overall budgets and some of our appraisals on some things we have to do to get back with you. And then we'd like to eventually have the RDA reconvene and discuss what a CRA could do for this downtown core area.
So why would we need a CRA?
To take the tax increment money to help underwrite some of the leases of the tenants that we were trying to attract. And Commissioner Vaquero, your question's well-founded, except my competition of Layton, Bountiful, Kaysville, they all do it. And so they all write those down. And if they don't do it there, then sometimes the landlord does it, to write it down, like in a city center type application in downtown Salt Lake. So, since everybody does it, it makes the competition. So, we're leasing right now to Bath and Body, and they have in their lease, if there's another pandemic, then their rent's free until the pandemic's over. And we're like, we can't say that kind of a lease. But I mean, that's how bold these tenants are getting. And they're just telling us what the lease rate is, and we have to meet it. Well, luckily, we have a CRA in that project, so we can get closer to what they have. So it's just a chicken and egg, it's a competition thing.
I
So
mean,
it's
just
CRA.
really quick, like in a practical application, if we wanted like a fly fishing tie store or something, somebody that's only maybe 1,200 square feet, he could go to Riverdale and he could probably lease for, I don't know, $18, $19 a square foot. And to be competitive, we would need, the cost of this may require us to charge $22 a square foot. So we would need a little bit of the tax increment to come back, so we could either match the lease rate and be competitive with Riverdale or slightly lower to give him an opportunity to be into our project.
Most asked question by Lee's to me is, where's the CRA? And I'm like, should have been asking for us, but.
Well, because my opinions, this is just an opinion. And you're gonna have to tell me how I'm wrong with this opinion, okay? Lee's was able to build it without a CRA. If people want to move to Morgan County, they move here, they're not asking for government handout or, whatever it might be, or a lease or a lower amount to be able to get into their home. Or a business, why would a business have to have it? If they want to come in to be a business in Morgan County, why do we have to give them that kind of a break, other than what you said? I mean, to me, if you can come here, or you want to come here, then you should be able to afford to come here.
You realize Lee's coming here was an absolute miracle, right?
Yeah, I know it was.
And they want a
Okay.
CRA.
Because you don't have the rooftops to really support a shopping, a grocery store. But
When
the
you
fact
see
that
other than what
that's
he
the-
just said, that's probably the main thing, what he just said.
And it's generally not paid toward them in terms of rent reduction. It's paid to the developer to help cover the cost of infrastructure to put it in. You need a CRA because it's $12.5 million a mile to bury the electrical. We have, the sewer district is putting in and expanding, and you saw the cost associated with that. Their impact fees have gone up as a result, and we'll have to pay the higher impact fees for the project. There would probably be facilities that are installed as part of the infrastructure for this project. So that's where the CRA funds are typically go,
And I'm just
makes it
saying,
easier
Blaine,
for him to meet the.
If I was to put a paint store up here, I got to make a living, or why would I come up here too?
That's right.
It's not,
I agree.
it's not, oh, I want to be in Morgan because it's Morgan. I'm here to make a living, and
Which
so.
building did you want?
The other option to.
The biggest one.
So here's an example. I lived in Lehigh at Traverse Mountain before any of that retail commercial was there. Cabela's came and
CRA.
CRA. People were upset, but that was the first piece of major retail that came. Now look at Lehigh. Now I don't want that here, but it is crazy.
Keep going,
That has
because right in
expanded,
front of,
Yeah.
right in front of Cabela's was Adobe, and I did Adobe. And what did Lehigh give us? A CRA. And they make $1 billion for a year, but they still received it.
So the other option with the transmission lines, what I've seen, is they create an easement that covers the length of the transmission lines so they don't underground it, and then everything underneath is turned into the recreational amenity.
Yeah, because they've got, you can only build so close to those power lines.
Yeah, you can't build
Yeah,
over.
Rocky
it,
Mountain
so
Power has those
They turn it
distances.
into the parks
The
that you're
green
wanting,
space, yeah.
the trails, the amenity space follows those entire.
Did you see that up west of
Sometimes the kids
Kaysville?
grow an extra
You
piece
see
that
of
in
their
Arizona.
hand
over here?
under the lines.
That's right.
It's
It
fine.
was a
That's why my
lane.
brother watches the.
Or they're extra
the power
brilliant,
lines.
we really can't
Buzz,
tell.
yeah.
Dwayne and I
It's all
have
the
lunch, Dwayne and I have lunch on, he thinks, quoting him, that 84 will expand over into this area because of the.
It will be realigned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The curvature.
That's,
And-
that's in the drawing.
and so-
They'll have to move the freeway over enough to give enough space
Yeah.
between the railroad and the freeway to build the off-ramp.
And they bought all this from Dwayne. So they know this has to come over and that it could come over. So, I mean,
So you're just hoping it comes far enough, they have to move the line and you don't have to.
You could have said that at the beginning, Bill. He said, we're planning on UDOT paying that bill.
okay. you got me. Garrett, don't put that in the minutes.
So, one of the things that I think with the CRA that's gives me heartburn is when they come and ask for like, hey, we want 90% for the next 30 or 40 years. That's where I get heartburn. I think if it's somewhere in the middle and more reasonable, you know, where the timeline's not, because 30 years is an awful long time.
It is.
I mean, half of us won't see 30 years down the road, and the other half will be real old.
Mine's right there.
I won't be there.
I'm just being honest, right?
I will not be here.
Like Cabela's was
But-
5 years.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, if, I bet it's longer than that.
I bet
I'll bet
it's
it's
longer
Just some
than
of the
that.
meetings.
I think, you know,
Also,
like, hey,
absolutely
20 years,
That's 5
50%,
years.
something like that, to me seems a
20
lot more
years.
reasonable.
70%.
So I'm just throwing that out, yeah.
Wait, we're going the wrong direction.
Is this
here.
I said 40%.
Is this
didn't
the
I?
art of the deal?
I meant to say 40.
I mean, it would have been interesting to see where that center was if the county wouldn't have killed the CRA discussion the
Yes.
last time around.
It may have moved
We
forward.
would have advanced.
You mean ours or Lehigh's?
No, ours.
Well, we didn't get any indication that we weren't advancing, and we only got it after we spent all the money to get there, and then all of a sudden, no. And we said, oh. So it sent a message to all of us, okay, I guess we're waiting it out. But I think we all know that the interchange is coming. And y'all got the email last week, right, Kate, on what was happening with the interchange?
Yeah.
And so we all know that, you know, they're completing their environmentals. And they also have maybe looked at some Fed money coming in, not that there's any Fed money anymore, but for the Olympics, because the Olympics is going to need some money. And the Olympics, Finland maybe doesn't do 2030. So there's a lot of up in the air on
Consolidated
the
County
Olympics.
spend a little up
Mm-hmm.
So, but the interchange will be in before the next Olympics, in my opinion.
It will.
I think so too.
But I mean, it's a huge economic driver because it brings all that traffic right by everything on the way up the canyon. And I think Vaughn said it well a couple of weeks ago when he was saying, you know, what are we? As you get off the freeway there at the existing interchange, what does that mean? And you know, what are they viewing? And I think this is a lot better. I mean, you know, Love's truck stop, yeah, they talked to us at one time and we're like, no, we don't want a truck stop. But again, is there another place for another tenant somewhere, a gas station, right? When we have a gas station already sold and bought that ground from Dwayne there, and it's a Chevron, so see where that goes.
So they did end up buying that property?
But,
That's this corner?
but they're
Yeah.
hesitating because,
They have to go through a subdivision process to create a subdivision and make it developable?
Yeah.
Yeah,
kind of,
I already talked to them about that.
and get water.
Right.
Let's talk about that pad application for a minute, in front of Lee's. So, as I understand it, there's a setback problem.
Yeah, but Jeremy gave us the information, I'm sorry, the other day, and he pointed out, Jeremy, thank you.
It's a setback problem that they can apply for a conditional use
Yeah.
permit to get
And
an
he-
exception.
Okay.
He gave us,
And the planning commission and county commission have approved those in the past with additional landscaping and screening for other projects in the Canyon View commercial. So they have approved those things in the past.
So just show them so they
Yes,
understand.
You as well.
Is the issue the setback for the structure from the road?
From that highway.
Yeah, so we have a requirement that the circulation and parking area has to meet the minimum setback of the main building for a front yard setback along all the streets, which is, I think it's approximately 25 feet.
it is.
The,
So the issue is the drive-through then, because it wraps around the building?
correct, but the parking code allows for a conditional use permit to be filed for an exception.
Jeremy gave us that. He's been very helpful in working with us. And then you saw the digging the other day, and Dwayne called me, I called Dwayne and said, "What?" And he goes, "I don't know, Lee's thinks they're gonna put their sign." The sign was going right in the middle of the building.
Yeah, I've talked to them, they're moving it across the street to the
Yeah.
other commercial portion of the subdivision.
Yeah, so anyway, we're getting that worked out, so everybody.
And what is this?
This is a
Not a
retail.
Wendy's.
Not a Wendy's.
That's the other rumor
I said,
going
I've
around.
heard that one go around to Wendy's.
You mean the Chevron's not gonna have a Dairy Queen with it?
We were talking to
Oh,
Wendy's.
that was a joke. Totally a joke. You're welcome, it's not a Wendy's. We've been fighting it
They said no to Wendy's,
over and
Was
over.
it a Chick-fil-A?
over and over and over
They
again.
keep giving us
It's-
money, they keep saying.
It's a
Just keep
drinking
giving us
soda
money.
place, it's a ice cream place, it's a UPS
Yes, UPS.
place where you can drop off, and it's,
Tesla
And
recharging
it's a
station.
It's a coffee place, but now the new soda places are doing coffee. So we have a conflict of.
With Lee's, or not with Lee's, with our.
So Rulon,
With the two
where are you
tenants.
gonna put your Tesla charging station then?
The Tesla charging
Start-
station.
So that
At
way
the
you can
Tesla
charge your.
dealer in Ogden.
We put the
We
one
need
already
it
on your
somewhere.
desk.
We need it here in Morgan.
We got rid of
The economic
right of
development
Biden.
from that is amazing. Go talk to Nephi. Yes, really.
They already spent billions
And
on that.
Beaver.
I saw somebody post something, it's like, I don't understand why my electrical bill is so high. Now, I know I have a
Seriously.
Tesla, but, and it's like,
Seriously.
well, there you
Go
have
to
it.
Lee.
You just turned your oven on full bore
Go
for
to
an hour.
Beaver.
What do you think just
In fact,
happened?
I'll
Right.
Rulon,
We just
Every
get
night.
crunched.
Every
That
night.
Don't you
corner
have your
comes in
electric car still?
back, so it's we'll make a conditional
do.
use
okay,
application.
take a drive, go down to Nephi.
I don't think it'd make it that far.
Mine does.
So that's why you need a charge
There you
station.
go. There you
It
go.
doesn't want to
Mine
take 3
does.
days to get to Nephi.
They're
Go
so,
to Nephi.
they're so efficient.
You go to
800 miles
Beaver,
on my tank a day.
and I can promise
I'm
you,
gonna go
you'll see the economic
to
development that
Vegas
happens
and
from
back
those
on one
things.
tank.
So there's,
I
again,
don't know if that could go in
this
the
is ready to roll. This is another potential tenant, and so there's some things coming, but at the same time,
I can talk to him.
we think the food court truck area is really pretty good. The renderings in there are not colored, but they are in there. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
You probably saw on our agenda tonight, we have someone coming to talk about a food truck. I don't know if that
I didn't
is
see that.
for the Mountain Green area or
It
where
is.
he's thinking, but.
It is.
I think they're a great idea if you want to start capturing the
Is
taxes.
it the greatest corn dog guy?
No.
Is that who keeps calling me?
Well, the one nice thing about food trucks is they can change.
he's
So you get a
always right
variety. It's not
here.
like
Right.
the same barbecue place every day or chicken or steak or, I love the food truck idea just because you get a variety. You can change from week to week, month to month.
It does. And you know, there's an association for food trucks. You don't just get who you want, they send them up and like Skylar says, we want to be able to plug them in and not have the generators running.
Have it all set up, so it's.
Yeah.
You can
See-
make the site look pretty good too. so-
You can.
Well, there's that,
Screening and-
coming up 89, right as you get on at the south end, that church, every year, they've always, all summer long, they've got food trucks, they line up there. I mean, they're run on generators, but it's like, when I'd go through, I mean, you'd see the community there. I mean, I like the food truck idea. I mean, I think it gives people variety, and you're not gonna get the ones that nobody wants to go to. They're not coming
But
back.
then they're gonna learn that they gotta improve their food, but the ones that do hit it, they're saying, hey, we can go set a shop right over there. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate both your times, and I'd love to see the other guy, I can't remember his name, but on the east side, and kind of see this whole thing, just kind of continue, like what the
You talk
plans
about
are.
M&D Nelson?
Is it, yeah.
As soon as we have a complete application, we're gonna bring them forward to a work session. And I don't
That's
know,
it.
Who's developing that? It's not Mark. Is it?
they haven't really finalized their application, so it's not really a
It's
public
changed names.
document
If you
yet.
go to the.
I mean, he
It's-
indicated that he
it's-
sold that property
It's the
completely, right?
largest developer in the nation. I mean, they're big,
Oh, are they?
they're huge. They're residential.
No,
That's-
Richmond?
It's not Richmond. That's kind of why I'm saying you got a unique opportunity here with two different
Well,
developers.
That's where I'm kind of hoping, like, we've got two that are coming together, but can we get the third one to tie in and, you know, what I mean? Like what you guys are
I
doing.
think we need, and
What's that?
Said make it be cohesive.
Yeah.
Colin's my neighbor, so I gotta get with him and we gotta.
Well, no,
What's
I don't know.
happening across the street. That should
So
just.
this is the next
I mean, are they waiting it out just to go around this?
Even this.
I thought they sold, I thought Rome had sold the commercial to another entity. Yeah, portions. I don't think they own the commercial portion anymore. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think they.
Is there any way I could get those ones?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'll tell you, put that
No,
back
you
together.
can keep everything, but just those ones,
The one that looks like this.
the ones that look
That
like
one.
this, sorry.
The rendering.
Just because
No, you said you only had so many.
we don't like some things, and we're just trying to show you massing of it.
Did
You don't want this on Morgan Lawn
you're
for all
good,
to see?
you're good.
and-
Those are
Really
the ones.
quick, for the next time we're on the agenda, is it in 2 weeks?
That's the real question. Are you guys, does the commission want another work session? Or do you want us to put it on as an action item?
You talking for,
For a rezone, so we want to keep two separate applications, one for the townhomes up here, RM15, and a separate application for the town center on the 35 acres.
So
So it would
plan-
be two applications.
So
Planning
before we,
Commission-
we're gonna combine them.
Well, that was an
No, he's
option.
proposing that, we're okay with that, if that's.
Because the planning commission recommended denial of the RM15 straight zone of the 4 acres up top. They recommended denial. They thought it should be town center. They recommended approval for the town center portion to the bottom. That was their recommendation.
But now seeing Johnson's and yours, it's just, makes more sense.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense to leave that residential, especially where it abuts larger lot residential. It creates a buffer zone.
That's true. I don't disagree that should be residential.
I suppose though,
But-
maybe the planning commission was thinking more from a development agreement standpoint to anything, is that?
that's,
They didn't see anything because, this is some of the commissioners' main pet peeves, is that if they didn't see it, they didn't know what was there. And now that we show you how consistent it is, that seems to make sense.
Yeah, during the planning commission meeting, it was member Maloney that was most adamant about it going commercial. No more townhomes, we don't want any more rooftops. It should be commercial, which was what the vote was.
But they did see something, and that's what was freaking them out, right? I swore they saw something. I
You did
swear there
provide-
wasn't a
Conceptual
pervat.
Yeah, you
That it
did
was
provide
something
an
about that.
conceptual townhome drawing, which is
well,
what
he,
you're showing.
I think,
I'm
because we're
sorry.
talking up here, right? Because at least they were talking this piece here is there.
You were talking the
You
piece
can
right
talk to
above
Skylar
it.
about
Oh,
that
I
later.
can't see.
Yeah. the
Yeah,
one
it-
above
I think it did
So-
look like this.
Yeah,
I
no,
do have
I
it.
think it looks like,
That's what they submitted.
Oh, here we go. This is,
We
this
just
piece
think
right
that's
here.
consistent
This is
with
the
what
piece
our
right here.
neighbor is. We think that's consistent.
No,
Because
it
there's-
Josh
it just goes
and I were
right there
talking
and
about
there.
combining
Oh,
the
sorry. Oh, that's,
applications.
This
this little piece.
so
Yeah, my
it's-
recommendation to combine it, I mean,
Well,
I
probably
still
hand
think
them
it should
back.
be
It's this piece
townhomes,
right here.
but it would
Yes.
increase the amount
That's
of
right.
commercial on the
Kind of like
southern
that,
town
right?
center
Okay.
by an additional
so I'm
acre.
seeing, so she was wanting,
Which could give us an acre park.
wouldn't that skip town center? Wouldn't that put in?
There's nothing in our code that
Your
says the
smile will
properties have to be
give you a
contiguous.
park.
So if you had
You
both
read the room
properties
there,
as
room?
part of town center,
The
and
park.
one was completely
And trails.
townhomes, then it would increase
Yeah,
the
that's-
30, the
that's
total
very well
square
said.
footage
Yeah.
would dictate the 35% that you're putting commercial on the southern portion.
I'm just saying it would have gone commercial, townhomes, commercial right there on, right on the highway.
No, what I'm saying is that 4.5 acres, if you add that into the 35, all of a sudden you have 40 acres of total town center, which increases the total acreage of the 35%. And so if you put all the commercial on the southern portions and let the northern part
Oh,
go
I
to
see what you're saying.
townhomes, you've increased the commercial portion down lower.
And your argument is that we have too much commercial there. Is that what you're saying?
I thought that's. what
But they're
they were
already
saying.
asking for a provision in their development agreement that would allow it to convert to residential if they can't get commercial there. And I think there has to be some way that they can show that they can prove to the county in good faith that they have actually tried to put commercial in there. Like, the development agreement, Robert was kind enough to look it up and find it. It says that it can only revert with the consent of the county, and that there has to be, that the county can't, like, hold it up, but there has to be some good faith discussion there.
Should be unreasonably withheld.
Yeah.
So this is on Rome, so
Yeah.
for Rome to convert back to residential.
But we would have, this side of the road would have to take their commercial. So in other words, there would
Doesn't
have,
go away.
it's a three-party exchange, you know?
Yeah.
The property owners would have to agree that, okay, we're gonna consolidate more commercial on the other side to facilitate her part. And, in exchange, they would get we'd get something on our side, they would get additional residential on theirs. But
How are you gonna
no-
represent the county and him?
No one's approached us about that. I'm not.
It's not a problem anymore. So is a park technically commercial, or what would a park wind up?
Yeah.
How does that?
Happy you're out.
It's
The
just
park
a-
is open
That's right.
space.
It's not
residential.
commercial residential.
But Vaughn,
Okay.
take that to what Commissioner Newton was saying. Well, y'all have been saying the same thing. Okay, are we saying that we're gonna put 83 acres of commercial? And the answer is, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay.
And
so
we
let's
don't
work
want
together.
blighted commercial. We
So-
want commercial that's gonna survive and do well.
Okay, so let's get the right commercial in the core area and say, if you got Target over here, Rome, you're trying to put here, let's put them over here, let's get it in the right area. And the other 40 acres and our 35, let's get the Target core correct. Then, there's plenty of room for a park or other ice skating rinks or other things that's gonna make this a community. And I don't know what those all are. I mean, we have people trying to do a pump park, and the pump park is a bicycle thing, and everybody would love that. Now, our mountain bike trails of the Conwoods have just grown exponentially. Now, all that being said, well, a pump park will attract people from Mount Green or from everywhere else. So we gotta, if anything comes out of tonight, it's potentially there could be 80 acres. Okay, we know that's not sustainable. Let's get to something. Let's see what the development, Josh is right, let's see what the development agreement, what they're proposing. We have to show what we're proposing on our 35. We just don't think it applies to the 4.5 fill-in acres that's our RM15. That's all we're trying to say. We just didn't want to get into a development agreement, because that's going to take some time. We think we'd like to stay our M15 just because of the timing. Now, that.
On the 4.5 acres.
Yeah, on the 4.5 acres. That being said, we don't think commercial is going to fit there anyway. But we all have to get behind this concept that there's, can't be 80 acres. So Rome, you got to get some tenants, we got to get some tenants, the other people got to get tenants, so we got to figure out, okay, where's the best place for those tenants? And then what's best for the infrastructure of the community? Swimming pool.
So if we were to have one more work session, that would be my preference. Could we have the other people come?
I could contact them and see if they'd like to.
You mean
You're
those
saying the other
people down there?
developer, or are you talking
The
the
one-
planning commission?
M&D Nelson.
M&D.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The M&D Nelson property, okay.
And even a Rome representative or whoever they've sold it to. Are you saying it's sold?
Just what we've heard. I've heard the same thing these guys have.
I've heard that it's sold. I could be wrong.
They aren't or commercial developers.
How does a development agreement work when you sell that like that?
Well, the land can be sold. They just still have to abide by the development agreement.
Runs with
Still
the
falls
land.
under the zoning.
So it follows the land?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
I can contact them, see if they want to come. I can try to get the name of the people that purchased. I don't have their contact.
That's just, I'm only one vote. That would just be.
I think it'd be great to just kind of
Who did
see,
you say purchased?
because I really
I don't
appreciate
know.
what's happened tonight.
I don't
I
know.
do
With
too.
two different groups coming, I'd like to
And it
see.
makes me understand more, and I feel better about the concept we're starting to see rather than apartments.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just-
well, when are we
I
gonna
just
have
want
a
to see a
city center?
hodgepodge. Let's just make
So
it, you know what I mean, just thaw it out, make it look like we knew what we were doing. Even a
Could
little
we
bit.
split the baby, just commissioners, and say, can we get the 4.5 acres?
Well, they can't make a decision tonight. This is just.
No,
a
I know
work
that.
session.
No, I
In
meant.
terms of the next
Can I-
agenda,
at
we'd
the
like
next
this
agenda,
to
can
be
I
on
get
the
the
agenda
4.5
and this to
on,
go
and then
on
we,
the work session.
we get everybody together on the 35? And the only reason I say that is because there is some timing issues associated with what the Johnsons are doing, and they're on tonight, and what we're trying to do in some of the roads and some of the things in that area. And that's.
Oh, I don't see any reason it can't be on the agenda.
And then
Well,
we.
you can have both it as a work session and an action item.
Oh,
That's
okay, and then
not
you hold the
prohibited.
35 where, I like your concept of getting everybody together and saying, okay, what are we? I like that.
To that end, though, I think that, although it's good to have that discussion before the rezone, I think that's really a discussion to be had at the time of the development agreement, which is the next step. So in my opinion, when we're talking development agreement with the folks who bought M&D Nelson
Yeah, they're
and
already
development agreement
rezoned.
with you, that's when it's really time to do that, because that's when you're down to that point of actually design. Right now, you're talking really high level, because you don't even have the zoning yet, and you're not going to invest the time and energy to create a real in-depth design until you know what the zoning is going to be long-term.
It might be beneficial to have them though,
So-
just come in and see if they're willing to work.
No, and I think it's good for that. I'm just saying, I don't know how detailed we're going to get in that discussion until we get to the development agreement stage, and that's when we can really get into
Sure.
detail.
That's why I said he can be on the agenda for
Yeah,
both.
do it for both.
Okay. I will try to contact them.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have a restroom break before.
Their development agreement has an assignability provision too that allows them to assign with the consent of the county not to be unreasonably withheld. So I don't know if they actually assigned rights under the development agreement or just relying upon it running with the land.
On the sale of the road.
That's what I mean.
That's so interesting.
So, Robert, do you feel guilty by going home right now?
No, I feel really good about
Who said he's going home? He's got to stay.
it. I'm gonna go home and gear up and get ready to watch a basketball game.
Yeah.
Great to meet you.
Glad to sit in and you learn.
Keep moving.
I see it.
You too? How you been?
How are you?
Great.
We miss you. Fun to have you back.
I did on
It's
Wednesday.
good that Raylene and Vaughn are stepping in.
Yep.
We're moving forward.
So when people complain,
What day do you work?
is it the architecture? I drive by it every day and I don't get to think, oh, my life has ended because we can't build
Did you bring our mail down? Thanks so much. Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, we're going to get started this evening. Welcome, everyone. Appreciate everyone, your attendance this evening, and everybody that's online also, welcome to our meeting. We just got done with a work session from 4 to 6, and so we'll commence with our commission meeting now. I've asked Commissioner Blocker to give our invocation and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, so we'll turn the time over to her.
Our dear Father in heaven, I'm grateful to gather here tonight to work together as a community to better our community and get along as neighbors and friends. Thank you for future generations that will come up here us. Guide us throughout this life. In the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Raylene. Okay, we only have 4 items on the consent agenda. That's awesome. So all we have is our approval of our county commission meetings from January 21st, notice of planning commission seats that are open in the Mountain Green area, Enterprise Peterson area, and now the Croydon Round Valley Round Valley area. Anything that anybody wants to?
We did make the 3 corrections put in by Commissioner Fackrell on the minutes.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing different there, then I'll look for a motion.
I move that we accept the consent agenda items for tonight.
I'll second the motion.
4.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Fackrell and a second by Commissioner Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, do we have any commissioner declarations, conflict of interest? I do business with the Johnson family, so with one of my businesses, so I will declare that. Anybody else? No? Okay. All right, then we will move to public comments. We do have one, I swore we had one.
We
Okay.
did, I noticed it incorrectly.
So, we'll give anyone 3 minutes of time to discuss anything that's on our agenda tonight. Just, if you would keep it to 3 minutes, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
I hope I'm Austin Turner. I'm the Morgan County Emergency Manager. I hope I'm not too out of line because this isn't about tonight's agenda. I just wanted to publicly comment that since Sunday, I think every aspect of this county has been dealing with some kind of a water situation. I know Commissioner Wilson dealt with his and his neighbors' area as far as them flooding, and I appreciate that. But every other area from Porterville on to Milton, Rollins Ranch dealt with it, and Croydon did as well. And so I just want you guys to know that we're available, and we do have a significant amount of sandbags, and we do have some sand. We don't advertise that because we want to protect people's homes and not their gardens and things like that. So if you hear of any needs, feel free to contact me at any time. I spent, right around 8 hours on Sunday working, and I'm sure Commissioner Wilson spent more than that trying to protect his own home and his neighbors. So if you guys have any questions or need anything, feel free to call me at any time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you do in that regard, too.
Thanks, Austin.
It was a busy day, and that's not out of line, and Thank you to all our community members. We have just an amazing community here in Morgan County. Neighbors help neighbors, and it's awesome to live in a place like we live. Okay, well, if there's no other public comments, then we will have Josh Bond come forward.
We also have Ryven Halverson with the UDOT Region 1 Planning Office.
Did you want to come forward too? Okay.
I need it. Well, first of all, thank you for having me this evening. For those of you that don't know me, Josh Bond, I'm the chair of the Active Transportation Board. Been the chair for probably 5 years now, 4 or 5 years, working on the master plan. 4 years, thanks Blaine, 4 years now, working on the master plan and trying to figure out how to make this a more friendly community for active transportation, cycling, walking, really everything. As everybody probably knows, there's been a large increase in bikers up here, including mountain bikers. The high school mountain bike team is rapidly growing. I participate with the high school mountain bike team as well as a ride leader, and have helped with coaching on that. And so one thing we wanted to do is obviously make this a very friendly community with cyclists and keep up with some of the other communities across the state, like Summit County, Weber County, and Davis County. So I'm also a board member of the Morgan Valley Trails Foundation, which used to be the Mountain Green Trails Foundation. We recently changed it to the Morgan Valley Trail Foundation. We did that because we have been working very closely with the Ogden Valley Trail Foundation. As you know, they're in charge of the bike path around Pine View, all the new mountain biking that's up in North Fork, Powder Mountain, and they're actually working on one of the projects and have it halfway done that we would like, that is one of our #1 projects on the Active Transportation Board. So before I get to those other projects though, 2 weeks ago, I was able to attend the Utah Trail Network that was at Weber State University. And it's the first time in a long time they've had a representative from Morgan County to attend. And so it was great to get to know all the members there that are focused on Morgan County. Right now, we're kind of a missing link when you look at Summit County, Davis County, and Weber County. They all have active trails. They all have a lot of trails, and we're getting close. We've got the master plan done, and we've got 4 different projects that we want to start working on. And so I'll let Ryan talk a little bit about what that network is, and then we can talk about the projects here locally that we focus on.
Thanks, Josh. Like you said, my name is Ryan Halverson, and I'm UDOT's Region Planning Manager from Region 1. So we're based in Ogden, and Region 1 is Davis, Weber, Box Elder, Morgan, Cache, and Rich counties that we cover. So I was asked to come just talk a little bit about the Utah Trail Network. That's a division of UDOT, which is new. Josh mentioned we had a workshop that he came to, and there was a presentation given, and I'm going to give some high-level kind of planning facts that come out of that so you understand what that trail network is and how we kind of help communities with their trails. This is a new program. It's a new division. They're kind of ramping up, and we can touch on some of that. I'll try to go fast in respect of your time, and if you have questions, then we can always give you more information. So basically their mission is to build and operate a network of paved trails throughout Utah that would connect communities and destinations. And so the way they like to express it is looking at our freeway system as a spine to the state. They want to do that with trails and have a spine and network of trails that connect communities. And they want those trails to be comfortable, reliable network of trails.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
So that's what they want as far as money-wise, or they?
That's a great question. So in the legislative session of 2023, Senate Bill, I think it's 185, was passed that dedicates $45 million a year annually to that program. And so their first year when they came out with that funding, I think they had 2 years of funding they needed to obligate. So they went through and they went through a prioritization process. They met with communities. They brought everybody to the table, got as many projects as they could on a list. And what they looked for were projects that were ready to be built and send out to construction. That was so they could show the legislature that, hey, we need this money, it's valuable, we can spend it pretty quickly. So they programmed $93 million worth of trail projects that are actually, some of them going out to construction this year to be built. Some of those are feasibility studies and environmental studies, trying to get other projects ready to be built. And so this year, they're in kind of a planning phase. They're not programming this year because they've kind of spent that money doing that other, in that first year, but they're trying to identify the network. They're trying to determine what is this spine and this network of trails throughout the state. And that was the workshop that Josh came to, that they had maps out, and we were, people were drawn on from every community, in this area, trying to define. They're going to process those maps, start looking at and building that network, what that should be. Those trails will be paved. That's the goal, so all users can use them. They would be, disability friendly. So whether it's wheelchairs or walkers, whatever it is, everybody could use these types of trails. There'll be shared use paths. So again, we're not limiting it to one type of user.
And then will that be put back on the counties to maintain those?
That's a great question that they're in the process of trying to figure out going forward. What does this mean for maintenance? Right now, what they're saying is wherever that trail is located, that local entity is responsible for maintenance. Go ahead.
Josh, we need you to be near the.
If you look at Pine View and the trail they put around Pine View, look at some of the trails up there that they have, the foundation actually helps with maintenance. That's why we changed the Mountain Green Foundation to the Morgan Valley, or Morgan Trail Foundation, so that hopefully as we get donations and stuff, we can help with that maintenance, because we've seen what happened with the trail in Mountain Green, and obviously we want to make sure that doesn't happen again. That is a trail that I've brought to their attention as well, that's shovel ready, that hopefully we could redo, but hopefully the foundation can help with that as well.
Yeah, great. And that's a really good question. It gets asked at every meeting they hold, is who's going to maintain those. And so as they identify that network, UDOT will maintain that network as far as identifying as a network. They'll construct and operate that as a Utah Trails network. The maintenance component is huge. Like, okay, who's going to maintain it, right? And so if you look at some of the trails in the area, like the one along Legacy Parkway, when they built that trail, that was, one of the first ones kind of in the northern part of the state. It was a separated trail that we built. The local municipality, and the county all signed an agreement to maintain that. That was pretty controversial too at the time. They, they're like, hey, UDOT, you just handed us a massive maintenance responsibility. So we know it's a touchy thing, and they're trying to figure that out. There will be a portion of that $45 million annually that will be dedicated to maintenance. They just don't know what that is yet. They don't know how to balance that. And that's what this year is all about for them, is putting that together. They're going to create design standards, so every trail will be designed to a certain standard, knowing that you may need to get vehicles and other things on it. Those trails, the way that they're moving forward, you can see the picture that was the map that Josh was drawing on at his table to draw those trails. They're looking at active transportation plans, what's in the long-range plan or the regional transportation plans, because active transportation is shown on that plan as well. And so as trails are planned and developed, that's the first place the Utah Trail Network is looking. We had a lot of communities come out and say, hey, if you're giving out money for trails, we could build one over here, and it was on no map, no plan, and those were, quickly not dismissed, but said, hey, let's get it on a plan. We need ones that are shovel ready. So the effort that Josh and his group are doing to get those projects up and going and shovel ready, in hopes that, of course, me as a region guy that covers this area, we'd love to see some of these trails and connections made to Ogden Valley, to Morgan, from the other side of the mountain range. And so we're hoping that some of these big trails become part of that network.
Question. Since you're part of UDOT with these trails, do you help put in crosswalks?
Yeah, so there's conflict points with every trail, right? There's very few trails that we have. I'll bring up Legacy again. I think there's one crossing in 14 miles, right? That's what made that trail so successful. But there always will be conflict points. And so part of that trail, there is one that was funded this year in Clinton on SR 108 that actually is a overpass or underpass structure to be put in. at that conflict point, you know, and so there's different levels of crossings. Sometimes they're flashing beacons that say that's all that's needed based on traffic, to grade separated, you know, underpasses or overpasses. And so I have one that I'm managing for the region that's along Hill Air Force Base on the west side. That it's a feasibility study, so we're not building the trail, but we're trying to determine just those things. What kind of crossings do we have? What would be the cost of putting in a grade separated structure to get them over the 5600 South, for instance? How do we get them across the road safely, so that we know what the cost of those trails are, right? And so that's a big part of, as we develop some of these trail plans and get them on a map, is then to start to determine, okay, what are our restrictions on these trails? What's confining us? What's the challenge? Is it just pavement, or are there crossings that we need to include as part of that?
Did UDOT help do the trail in Park City with
That's-
all those crossings? And
That's a good question.
Region
I'm
two.
not sure, just because that's outside of my region and I don't know that area
Region
as
2
well.
helped with that one. Yes.
If it crosses a state facility, absolutely, we're involved in that, and typically we're putting, whether it's trail money or if it's safety money, you know, there's different pots of money for those crossings. And so one of the things that they always like me to share is that this isn't the only source of funding for trails. There's also TIF active money that's kind of like our highway money that we get, that goes through a prioritization process, and it's on long range plans, and they prioritize which of those projects should be funded. So this isn't the only method of funding, and they want to make sure that we don't put all our eggs in one basket and think we have to have the Utah Trail Network pay for these trails. There are other ways that those trails can be prioritized and funded. So throughout this next year, 18 months, they'll be developing that network, and coming back to the communities to say, okay, this is what we heard in these workshops. These are the trails we have on there, and make sure that we get that right.
So where you represent us, are you like a lobbyist in our behalf, or do we need to, or do we need to be lobbying on that also?
What do we call that? But I know what you mean. No, so I meet on a regular basis with what we call the Morgan RPO, which city, the county, WFRC, myself, as UDOT, and we talk about a lot of these kind of things, and we make sure that we're all on the same page, that we have those things on the right mapping. I know we're getting ready to go through a process of an update to the long range plan, and that's one of the things that will get updated in the long range plan, is making sure we have all the right active transportation components on that plan. So yeah, you could say that yeah, that's my responsibility at UDOT as the planning manager. WFRC is primarily responsible for the urban area, but they also help facilitate this rural planning group here in Morgan, but rural responsibilities fall to UDOT primarily. So it is my job, to make sure that I'm the lobbyist for you and get those things on the plan, and that we're making sure we're looking out for the needs of Morgan County. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just for everybody's information, Ryan is also he's a relative of somebody that owns property here in Morgan County.
Yeah.
and his mother is the editor of the Morgan County News.
Was.
Still was.
Was, yeah. Was.
She quit, or they quit?
They quit, yeah.
That's what I thought.
So
So anyway,
my
she was
grandparents were Barbara and Russell Porter from Porterville, so.
Oh.
Those are my grandparents, so, yeah. So I have roots here, yeah. Blaine knows my family probably better than I do, so. So I'm proud to be a lobbyist for you.
Thank
So
you.
he cares about us.
I've got a quick one for you. That where you got the priority route, basically going from the dirt spot to Morgan. What's the feeling amongst UDOT along that? Like
Along
getting from
I-84?
from the dirt spot and getting to that connection there where
Yeah.
we got that frontage road kind of run along the tracks.
That is a challenge, and Mason Van Noy from the Active Transportation Committee has been in contact with me and with our region permits officer, who would kind of help facilitate that if we were to do that. One of the challenges, as I've talked to them, is that's a federal interstate system, and they have what they call a no access line, which basically the right-of-way fence, or wherever they determine the fence should be, sometimes it's not on the right-of-way, cannot be breached. You can't cross that access line. So part of the confusion there is, where does Union Pacific's right-of-way end? Because in several sections there is a road, and we're not quite sure if that road's on Union Pacific property or is it on UDOT property. and where does the right-of-way, does it follow the fence, or does the right-of-way allow for some movement? The biggest constricting factor on that section or that stretch is when you get to a structure that comes over I-84. There's just a
It's
few of them,
Stoddard.
Stoddard, right? And that gets really narrow because you have the structure you have and the railroad, there's very limited space. So we have to go by federal guidelines of how we access and how we move that. It's pretty difficult. Even UDOT, there's quite a process to breach that line. Even if we have I know our maintenance has done it before where they need a gate to get to a culvert that can continue plugs, and it's a process. You may remember years ago down through I-84 down towards Riverdale, there used to be tons of fishing access. And one day the federal highways people drove that road and saw the cars parked and saw paintballers down there and said, you will either put up a new fence to restrict all that or we will cut all federal funding. And so that fence went up in a matter of a few weeks, and that's how serious they are about it. And so that's a pretty delicate line, and that's the big factor for us along that section. It makes sense where that dirt road starts and stops just to connect the dots, and be able to do that. If that was to happen and it became part of the Utah Trail Network, it would become a paved trail. That's part of the standards for the Utah Trail Network. It'd be paved so all users could use it. But in the interim, it doesn't mean it can't be a dirt trail till that happens, right? It just it's just figuring out all those right-of-way issues.
And Mason from our ATAB has a meeting with them tomorrow night. And where I'm hearing that it's a hard lift, they don't understand the stubbornness of the Lilia Allens and the Josh Bonds and the Mason Vanoys of Morgan County for their trails, and we're grateful to have that.
No, it's good too. It's good because those questions can be asked and answered, right? And until they're asked, we're not sure what the desires are. David Alger, our permits officer, gets tons of requests that sometimes don't go anywhere, so it's good to have people who are going to bird dog it, for sure.
Are these trails meant to be used in the winter too? Is that something the county has to?
We would like to. I mean,
Snow
there's
removal?
a lot of trails that go to Nordic skiing. There's a lot of trails that go to sledding, sleigh riding, pulling them with horses. There's numerous trails throughout the area where they do use them year round.
And a lot of that is up to what we decide we want to do, along with the jurisdiction of the Utah Trails Network.
We see both. So like Legacy Trail, for instance, that one's in a pretty heavy residential type setting, and they kind of have that expectation that it's clear and they can use it. If you go to Garden City, up to Bear Lake, they have their trail that runs along pretty much the lakefront, and that one doesn't get plowed in the wintertime. UDOT probably, it's our fault probably, because that's where a lot of snow gets pushed, is onto that trail. But they don't have the need for that use in the winter either, right? It's very seasonal for them. So it just depends on the community and what the desire is, so. And the budget.
I know in Summit County, they use them for a number of different things during the wintertime. So it just kind of depends. But just the reason we picked this as a priority spot is we've done a lot of research on the canal. We've done a lot of research on the Union Pacific, the railroad. We've looked at the roads in the master plan. It's kind of the easiest, most accessible route with what we've been given up here, because all the other ones, it just would take a lot longer, and I don't know that we would ever get there. Maybe, but we'd have to. This was the best route with the road already in, and we've had some engineers walk it and look at some things. It just depends on where that federal, and we have to look at all that. So. But you can see, and I'll just, that is our priority. We would like to see, like at the dirt spot, how nice would it be to have bathrooms and some education around cycling and biking and active transportation, and then mile markers all the way up to Morgan, and then have the same thing in Morgan, where you can connect the two. Like I mentioned earlier, we have 130 to 150 high school mountain bikers, a lot that are in Mountain Green that ride their bikes to school now just so they can get their training in. So to give them a way off the road, again, another nice avenue. And that program, if you talk to NICA, it's only going to continue to grow. I think it's 7,000 to 8,000 riders expected this year for NICA. It's absolutely, I think, the fastest growing sports program in the West. So, and then we also talked about...
Can you tell them what NICA means?
NICA is kind of over the high school mountain bike league. So they have NICA races. There's NICA courses throughout Utah. There's one in Vernal, one in Manaway, a couple at the ski resorts. Problem is here in Morgan County and Weber, we've lost a lot of our races when Snow Basin pulled out. There used to be races up there. There's a lot down south in St. George and Cedar City. But we really, outside of Manaway and Bryan Head, I don't think we have another race course.
Richfield has one too.
Richfield's the closest. Yeah, they're a good distance away. I will say that if you talk to Cedar City and talk to how much money they brought in over the state championship last year, it was quite impressive. Like
More than $1 million.
More than $1 million. So they're big for the communities in hotels and restaurants and in everything that they use, because it requires an overnight stay typically whenever anybody goes to one of these races.
What does NICA stand for? Sorry.
National Intercollegiate
Association.
Cycling Association?
Cycling Association. Yeah, sorry, I should know that. But
I'm glad you guys had to think about it. That makes me feel good.
I did have to think about it. I've only worked with them for...
C.
Yeah, NICA. Ogden Valley is working with Snow Basin right now on a course. I work with them a lot and their foundation. They are working with Snow Basin. Hopefully one does come. That'll be obviously in Weber County, but they are working on one over there. So good things to come. I'm out. Vanished.
I don't know what just happened.
That's
Hey,
okay.
Jeremy, can you fix the screen?
I was just going to say, so we talked a lot about the Utah Trail Network and how they want to connect up the canyons, up Weber Canyon, up Ogden Canyon. They want to connect the Riverdale Pathway. There's a lot of different ways to connect things. One other priority for us is the Old Trappers. Ogden Valley actually has almost all the way to the top already. We just need it down our side. And I've been talking with some of the owners and some of the individuals over there. It's a possibility. Obviously, there's a lot of cattle over there. There's a lot of leasing that goes on. But we are looking at Old Trappers as another way to connect the Ogden Valley to Morgan Valley. If we can do that, and if we could get this connector between Mountain Green and Morgan, you could pretty much ride a bike between Powder Mountain and Morgan. Once we figure out how to get up Taggart's, you could then make it to Summit County. That's how close it is to getting some of these things connected, and that's what we've been working on. So I talked about Mountain Green to Morgan, the NICA. Obviously, we want to make it active transportation for everybody. I think another thing that any trails, and we've been talking with some private landowners up here, we want to make all the trails for those that have disabilities as well. There's maybe one or two trails in the state of Utah that, and there are students on the high school mountain bike team, not necessarily ours, but within NICA, that don't have anywhere to race. They have one course they can race on. I think it's down in Riverton. So we also would like to make some trails for those that have disabilities to be able to ride them as well, which really could, be one of the first in the state. Which I think would be pretty impressive for those kids to have a place to ride. So that's some of the things that I presented at the network workshop that we did with the Utah Trail Network, and yeah, I think that was pretty much. Any questions or things I can answer?
Jeremy, can you skip to the next? So this was our overall goal for FY25 to get this lift at least started. And so the idea, this is the one that along the UDOT right away, and one that Mason sketched out is in the blue tick marks.
Yeah, so Mason's an engineer. He's been walking down there trying to figure out with that bike path that we have in Mountain Green, how we could possibly connect that to the dirt spot and just make it continuous from, along. If we got a way to ride on Old Trappers and you could connect to that trail, and then we just got to piece it all together, and that's what we're working on.
I think ATAB's just really wanting a win. No
just
matter
a
how
win.
tiny
Yeah.
it is.
It's been 4 years. We did get the master plan, but now we're down to individual projects. And if we can, like I mentioned, when I went to this networking, I do have to say everybody from DOT wanted to sit by me because they hadn't seen a Morgan representative for a long time. And they know that we're kind of the missing link in the area. And so I think by having our plan, having some things, some projects ready to go, we've got a good case for them to want to be involved more. So.
And that was the same time as our last commission meeting, so I'm really, really grateful that you went. And I did invite Mason and Scott as well, but thank you so much for going. But just to harp again on how much work ATAB, like that core group does, Mason hasn't only just walked it, he has droned it, he's designed the engineering, the walls, everything that would, and at no cost to us, it's just his time. And
we've
it's
flown over land, we've taken ATVs up to different properties, we've got the master plan, we've done a lot. But I just thought it'd be nice to come tonight since there's some new members, a lot of you haven't heard what we're working on. I appreciate Ryan showing
Jeremy,
up.
can you scoot one more forward for the end of the project? There you go. So it's intended to connect us all the way to Morgan. And then we'd be connected to the rail trail, correct? After that?
Eventually.
Yeah.
I've been talking with Mount Valley, with Reese, Justin specifically. I mean, there's ways. It's not gonna be easy, right? But there are ways of potentially getting a pathway from Summit County to.
Yeah, and I think, from UDOT's perspective, I just have to put the plug in that, there's a process in all of this for us that whether it's through funding through us or whether it's on property owned by us, those things, we still have to go through this process. So the steps they're taken are pretty critical to get us on that path. I came from the environmental world before I became the planner, and, just the environmental alone, right? We still have to follow all federal laws for environmental, and there's all these steps that take place, and so sometimes it's hard to see the work they do, because it takes that time to do that. And UDOT, as much as we can help, we see that in my 21 years at UDOT, there's been a pretty big shift on these types of efforts. Like I said, when we did the legacy one, I heard somebody in senior leadership back then say, we are never doing this again, because it was a disaster with legacy. It just blew up in our face. And now here we are with a division of UDOT that does nothing but builds trails. And so, it's been a learning process for us as well. And I think it's easy for us to say, we're all in on these efforts and want to make sure it's successful for our communities. Active transportation is a huge component now of what we do. And so, we just, I think I put that plug out for them that as long as we keep that ball moving in those processes, it may take little steps to get us there, but costs are only getting worse. And so I look at things like the canyon and dollar signs start racking up, We're trying to do it in Ogden Canyon right now. We can't even get past the waterfall at the mouth of the canyon because of the cost of structures, and so it's a big deal to kind of just get on that process because it'll take a little time.
But can I ask, you said that Snow Basin kind of pulled out for, yeah, and what was their reasoning for that?
Their concert series brought in more funding than
I see.
kids racing up there.
Okay.
There's not a lot of lodging or anything up there for people to come stay overnight in that. Obviously in Weber County there is, but their concert series I think was financially better for them. From what I understand, I could be wrong, but that's what I had heard.
Okay.
And then I also just want to say, with regards, education is a big part of this. We're educating the high school mountain bike team. We're educating the local clubs that we have here in the county. There's a lot of education on both sides for active transportation, for cyclists, for mountain bikers, for the community in general that drive it every day. So that is another big part of the active transportation, is to make sure when I go to mountain bike meetings, when I don't race anymore, but when I rode with a club, that education, I know everybody on those big group rides that you see coming through Morgan County, we're trying to do our best to educate everyone too, and I want to make sure that everybody realizes it's on both sides, but we're doing our best job. So
I want to say thank you for all you've done. This is exciting. just having people out and about really helps with the mental health. And I've seen what the foundation has done in Mountain Green, and you guys have done amazing work, and you've worked with so many different private landowners and were able to get trails in, and thank you. This is exciting. I just came back from Atlanta, and it's called the Beltway. Huge trail that goes all the way around and in the city, and just to see all the people out enjoying themselves, interacting with each other, and really helps with mental health. And what do you need from the county?
You know, I just really wanted to provide an update and make sure that we were on the same page. That if there's something that anybody has questions or concerns, something I could bring to the ATAB board. I know they met last night. I was unable to come, but I want to work together and collaborate together between the county, the foundation, and just see what we can do best to make this a good community and work for everybody that has active transportation. So no specific requests yet, but I would love if there's any further questions later on. Kate's got my contact information. We'd just love to work with the commission. So.
One more item that we did do 2 years ago when the Utah Trails Network started, we did apply for that first phase, and that was for the dirt spot with that center. We applied for it initially, and at that time we didn't know of any match, but we applied for it, and it went all the way down to Trappers Loop Road, and of course we were rejected because we were not shovel ready. And so that was one of the priorities that we were trying to accomplish, is trying to get some of these projects, whichever one they are, to get shovel ready. And I'm glad that you guys finally put that nonprofit to get work, because there is going to be more funding in the nonprofit than there would be from the government.
And we have 7 members on the board. So some of them came over from the Mountain Green Trail Foundation, but now it's Morgan Valley, and we've got 7 members of that board. And we met a couple weeks ago as well to start moving that one forward as well. So thank you
again.
Thanks to both of you. Okay, we'll move to our action items now. Action item F1, Jake Allen.
Good evening, members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name's Jake Allen, and I'm here to present a proposed code amendment that would allow the establishment of a food truck park in our county. I'm aware that it was mentioned earlier by a couple folks in the work session, but either way, there's going to be a need for a code amendment. So this amendment aims to create a structured, well-regulated environment for food trucks to operate, benefiting local businesses, residents, and visitors. So this is aimed to be more stationary, not what we're used to, where they're just free to come and go whenever they want. Why this amendment is needed is because though our code already states caterers, coffee shops, and restaurants, which embodies food trucks, it doesn't address food trucks specifically. So talking with the zoning and planning, they'd prefer that it be amended into the code. Benefits to the county by having a food truck park are economic growth, community development, efficient use of space, and much more. Salt Lake County, Davis County, Summit County, Washington County are just a few examples of some counties that have already added food truck parks within their code, and they have running food trucks there. With the food truck industry reaching a $1.8 billion market in the U.S. in 2024 and expecting to grow every year going forward, I think it's pretty beneficial that Morgan writes it into our code as well. By approving this amendment, we have the opportunity to foster economic growth and development, provide new dining options, and create a welcoming space for our community. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys got.
I don't know if my question's, specifically for you, maybe Josh can jump in there, but so if it not being in our code right now, our discussion during the work session where they were talking about putting that food truck piece in the commercial area. Is that something we would have to add in to allow them to do that?
No, the town center zoning with regards to the development agreement, they're in essence making their own zoning.
They're gonna make their own, okay.
Yeah, so that is something that they could build into their development agreement. It doesn't necessarily have to be in our code for the development agreement to allow it.
I was just, I mean, it brought up kind of like, I like the idea, but it's like, was that gonna be something that's gonna prevent them, but obviously not.
No, just our code right now doesn't allow for food trucks. We have a process for once they are approved. It'd be the site planning process. They'd have to provide for parking, landscaping, and then whatever else you want me to put into the text amendment.
So Josh, it'd really just be adding it to the use table, correct, initially?
I would say adding it to the use table along with some basic standards for design.
And Jake, was there a specific location that you were thinking about this would be a good place?
Yeah, I have the parcel number and the address here. It's within the town center right now, and more specifically, it's zoned general commercial. The parcel number, if you're interested, it's 0000034098 over there close to Old Farm. Yep.
Is that that piece where the house burned down quite a few years ago?
Yep.
Is that
Yes,
little
sir.
piece there? Okay, gotcha. So you're thinking, so to come back to my wonderful Christmas vacation in Hawaii where they've got, basically the food trucks never leave, they just stay there. That's kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, similar.
Okay, more of a permanent.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So if any of you have been to Moab, they have something similar there, just stationary, and they'll be staying there long term.
Have you discussed with any of the food trucks that would be interested in doing something like that, or is just?
I've gone around and talked to multiple. I haven't set it in stone yet. I think it would be fun to kind of get votes from the community, what people want. And I'm still thinking of ways to do that, whether we throw it up on social media or have them come up for a day and get a try samples of the food trucks.
This is something, the ones that you've talked to, they're open to becoming kind of a permanent location?
Yep.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
That property is actually zoned town center based on our zoning map, and I don't know if there's a development agreement for that property yet or not. I'll have to look into it.
Jake, do you own this parcel?
I don't. I'm working with the landowner. Her name's Jody Jones. So, yeah, we'll be working together.
This is exciting.
So your ask is requesting that the commission task staff for a code amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
As I already explained to you, make sure that you've talked to the health department on this because of those other things. When you bring a food truck into this area, since we're with Weber County, we have certain rules and regulations. Just make sure that they're not going to be a stumbling block, and if they are, then we need to know so that way we can try to get legislation to take care of that, because there is legislation that affects those food trucks.
I'm fairly certain each food truck has to get certified through the health department themselves. I would imagine the management of the site would have to determine and verify that in order for those food trucks to locate there. That would be my
And
guess.
plus they have, according to the state law, and this is one you can look into, but the state law basically says they have to have a commissary that they're attached to, which means they have to go back to that commissary every so often. So make sure you check all that
by
out.
commissary, just for everybody, the commissary would be a kitchen that's commercially rated, where they're getting their potable water and they're having their food verified kind of thing.
Right, freezer or fridge, whichever one it is. Yeah, so we just have to make sure of all those rules and regulations before we go into too much on it.
And as far as the health department regulations, each of the vendors will comply with the state health department regulations, and they'll be up to code and everything that way. As far as the commissary, usually the food trucks that go to a commissary every night are the ones that are more transient. These ones that will be on this property will be more stationary, so we'll take care of a lot of the stuff that they would have usually taken care of at the commissary, like the waste disposal and recycling, trash, that kind of stuff. So we'll take care of that on site.
Also, there is a water company in the area, so I don't know if they're planning on connecting to the water company to provide the potable water, but that would be something to consider during the code text amendment.
Just letting you know.
So, I mean, for purposes of this discussion, we're not talking about approving really anything. We're talking about tasking staff with putting it into the code, which I think is a good idea, whether it occurs on this property or any other property in the county. I think it's a good idea to get it into the code. So, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we task staff with working to develop a text amendment for food truck courts.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Nickerson. All in favor?
Aye.
I don't know if you want to see a picture of what one could look like. I had Jeremy pull one up.
I personally love the idea, mainly because I don't think we're capturing any of our tax dollars through the ones that are currently coming in and out of our city or county.
Very few of them, but we are catching some.
Well, and I would add, we've had discussion about putting some food truck pads at our fairgrounds property and doing something on county-owned property, which I would still be in support of, and I think could still work in harmony with one in Mountain Green. I think they're far enough apart it wouldn't be a problem.
Right. I agree. We also talked about it for the Taggart area.
Okay. Any other questions for Jake? Thank you, Jake. Appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Okay, action item F2. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to the Commission. Action item F2 is application number 23.044. It's the Village at Trappers Loop concept plan. Not to be confused with a village with a similar name discussed tonight. This is an administrative item to accomplish approval of a concept plan for a townhome subdivision. The applicant has an agent in the audience, Mr. Chair, available tonight. The project location doesn't exactly have a property address at the moment. That would happen during the platting process, but it is southeast of the Lee Marketplace. The parcel number and serial number is contained in the staff report in your meeting packet tonight. The current zoning is RM15, which is a multiple residential district. The approximate acreage being 8.45 acres. Staff has conducted a review of this item, Mr. Chair, and the reviewers consisting of the county engineer, the fire department, and planning staff, all having reviewed against the code standards found in section 155.400 of our code, and finds that it meets all of the minimum code requirements for approval of an application for a concept plan. Staff is happy to answer questions, and staff is recommending approval of this item tonight, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any questions for Jeremy?
This was one of those things that we did in 2021 where we rezoned this to RM15. Is that correct?
Rezone is wild.
No, this was rezoned before that.
We rezoned one that's in this particular spot to RM115.
No, the one that was rezoned to RM15 in recent times was the one across the street next to the church that's going in as the Peak Townhomes. I believe the rezone of this predates that by several additional years.
I'm not going to argue that. I'm just saying that we did something on this side for Wayne Johnson back when we first started. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just saying I like it.
I do have a question, and I understand it's a concept. In our work session earlier, they were talking about, trails along Cottonwood Creek. Is that something that's, I don't see anything in that. Again, I know it's a concept, but or would that be at the next step?
No, it wouldn't even be at the next step. So the conceptual development drawing that is being discussed for the development agreement is different from the concept plan required prior to a preliminary plat. So the next step is preliminary plat. This is our hard zone property. So they're going to have to comply with our landscape standards, which are woefully lacking for residential. There's no requirement for trails. They just have to meet the minimum requirements for number of units, connection, street design, things like that.
Well, I bring that up because I remember in our conversation just recently, they wanted to keep that trail along Cotton, connect into it, take trails along Cottonwood Creek. And so I was curious about with Johnson.
I think the answer here is that the trail, we can't require a trail as
Right.
part of this because of the zoning, but we could as part of the development agreement for the property on the other side of the creek.
Mhm.
So that's where
Yeah.
we need to make
Oh,
sure
I
we're
see.
talking
Okay.
about trail. Does that make
Gotcha.
sense?
Yep.
Because that
I'm
would
with
be
you.
town center on the opposite
On the
side
other
of the
side.
creek, and
Yep.
that's where we'd have a development
Right.
agreement, and we would have the teeth to require a
Okay.
trail.
That's correct, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
But within our code, don't they have to have some kind of sidewalks?
Curb gutter sidewalk is required. That's what they're proposing in here. These are going to be private streets. Total width will be 36 feet. Curb gutter sidewalk will be interior to that. So that's the only reason why they're showing temporary hammerheads on the properties to the north, which are the ones that Mr. Gardner is requesting be rezoned. And then those streets will tie in.
Thank you.
I will comment that I appreciate the developer making these streets private and not asking the county to take responsibility for them.
If I could also point out, so the way the number of units calculated by our code, just for the benefit of the new commissioners, you take the total acreage, you multiply it by 43560, which is the number of square feet per acre. You subtract out 8,000 square feet for the first unit, then you divide the rest by 3,000. And if he had wanted to put every town home in here that he could absolutely calculate to get in there, based on that number, it would have been over 120. Now, if you subtract out, instead of using the gross density, and you subtract out the infrastructure, which is approximately 25 to 35% of the total area, you'd still be able to fit approximately 70. So he's only proposing 43. That's correct. So I just thought I'd point that out.
Any other questions for staff? Questions for the applicant? Don't make it too easy on him. One brother has to come to the, or brother-in-law has to come to the. Yeah,
Grandson.
come on up. Now the son has to come up. Why don't you tell us how this project's come about? Have you been involved in the whole thing?
A little bit, but not on the planning side or anything like that. So
Okay.
I'll probably pour some concrete on it, but that's about it.
Any questions for the applicant?
We appreciate the 43 units instead of the 120. It's all you.
There you go. If you have to come to the meeting, take the credit. Okay, nothing then for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to give, since it was posted as that we could make a comment, if there's anybody that would like to make a comment right now, I'll allow that. Okay, just so everyone's aware, this is not a legislative decision. I don't know if you caught that when Jeremy was presenting that, but it's administrative. It's already been rezoned to this, and so they meet all the requirements to be able to have this approved. So I'll look for a motion from the commissioners.
I'll motion to approve the Village at Trappers Loop concept plan. Is that all? Application number 23.044.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Blocker and a second by Commissioner Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'll abstain since I had a conflict on that. Okay. Honorable Kate Becker.
I'm not honorable. I'm not elected. Appointed Kate Becker. It's that time of year that we need to, and you don't have to decide this today if you don't want to. We have, I think, a couple weeks if you want to think on this, but the county is able to submit a name of a cowboy or cowgirl for the National Day of the American Cowboy. That will be presented at the Ogden Pioneer Days Rodeo. I included in your packet on the next page the persons that have been nominated for this before. Just looking for recommendations or nominations for this spot. Again, it is not so. Yep, we have to have our nomination in by March 31. So that's your timeline. So you're totally welcome to postpone this if you want to think about it or action the item this evening.
Of those that have been nominated, do we have any
Jeremy
that
can-
received? Do you know?
Oh, they all have.
Yeah, they all received the recognition.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
You might remember last year,
Tony did.
Jones,
Yeah.
his wife, received that on his behalf, which I think was really nice.
So,
I've got a few people in mind that we can throw out there, and I don't know if we want to throw that out there through, if you want me to just say some names out
I was
here, or
gonna
how you want
say,
to do it.
I was gonna say, if we're trying to not let them know at this point that we're nominating them,
We have to nominate in public meeting.
Yeah, it'll have to be, we'll have to say the name in the public
Are there
meeting.
any
because I've thought of a
requirements?
couple also.
No, well, what it says is, it's designed to honor ranchers, working cowboys, rodeo athletes, Western musicians, and artists, cowboy poets, and others who contribute to Western culture in Utah.
I think of actual cowboys. I think the only one on the list is Lan from 2009 of like actual rodeo.
A rodeo
So
man, yeah. The rest are local Morgan farmers and ranchers, which I think is wonderful. It's a dying breed.
I was thinking John Schlicky from Warrior Risen Ranch.
Okay,
Another one I would recommend is Brett Heine.
that's a good one.
We mentioned him last year.
Yep.
And because of the circumstances with Tony Jones, we went with that one. There's that one. I had another one. I don't know who you have, but
I was going to suggest John Toon. I would also suggest Mike McMillan.
that's my other one.
I think those are all good individuals. So I don't know if you guys want to think on that and come back to another meeting, or if you want to just.
like I said, you got
make the
plenty of
motion.
time. It didn't get submitted to me last time until like literally the last commission meeting that we had to pass it. So I wanted to get this in as early as possible so you guys had plenty of time.
Well, and if anybody online wants to recommend anybody, I'd love them to send something into Kate Becker at Morgan County.
K Becker at morgancountyutah.gov, 435-800-8724. 435-800-8724. Please
Sounded like a
text.
commercial on the
I know.
radio.
I'm going to have that number stuck in your head now.
Do you want me to, you have a pretty full agenda already for the 18th. Do you want me to put it on for the 1st in March?
Yeah, it might give the public
Put it on
enough
that
time.
still, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
And I hope we will get some nominations from the people.
Raylene, could you spell John's last name for me?
SCHLICTE.
I was so close. Okay. So, names thrown out so far, John, Brett, John Toon, and Mike McMillan. And then anyone that the public wants to submit.
I'd like to throw out maybe Scott Reese.
He had
He'd be a
it.
good one as well.
But it's already on there.
He's already.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh,
2008.
sorry. Never mind. Scott already won.
I know, it's backwards. I will slate this for the first meeting in March to rediscuss, and then we'll still have one more if we need to table. Okay, thank you for
Would we need
that.
that much time? Couldn't we do it? Well, either way, it doesn't matter.
She was just saying the next meeting.
Our next meeting is stacked.
Okay.
Okay. I'm happy to put it on there, but
No, I think that
first one
works
in
great.
March is
Yeah.
okay? Okay. Can I go on to the next action item?
Yes.
Okay, so the next one was an appointment to the Historical Society. This was a resignation of a, sorry, I'm trying to multitask and it never works well.
Shannon Key.
Shannon Key resigned her seat. She has not been able to make a meeting, so she actually did resign back in August. And this spot has not been filled. They did have one applicant, which is Ryan Windley. Can you go back, Jeremy? And then, just like we did with the Library Board of Trustees, because all appointments to the board should be done by resolution and had not been previously, I'm also affirming, sorry, we have a bad speaker and it's on our list to get fixed. I would also like to affirm the existing trustees as well and their remaining terms.
So she resigned. Did she resign? When was her term finished or should have been finished?
2028.
So she just got appointed?
Yes.
Not very long ago, and then she had a change in her work situation. She's
Mhm.
on the board of realtors, and they have meetings that
I
conflict.
think
with
she's
that.
put on in 23. It was before my time.
Yeah, I think it was 23.
So is it Shannon Key or K?
Key.
Key that is coming off, and Ryan Windley is coming on.
Okay.
And then affirming existing seats.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve Resolution CR 25-08, Resolution of Morgan County Commission appointing Ryan Winley to the Morgan County Historical Society Board of Trustees and affirming the appointment of other members.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Newton and a second by Commissioner Blocker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Kate, number 5.
So this is actually Lydia's, but she is at training this week. And I'm getting some pretty hysterical, I don't know what rec people do at a training, but it is apparently a lot of play and work at the same time. I'm getting a lot of videos from their head director of stuff going on. So these are some of the grants that we applied for last year. They are due March 17th, so I wanted to get these before you. In this meeting, it does give us next meeting to affirm. Usually when we do these applications, because there is a match, one is a 40% match, another one's a 40% match. I forget how much outdoor rec incentive grant match is, but because there is a fiscal match, the county does have to, in a public meeting, approve the grant application, because we do have to state in a letter that we are understanding that we are applying, that there is a grant match, and that we agree to the match. So this is what she has typed out to me. Do you want to just go one by one?
So basically $120,000
$160.
max if we were to get everything, basically.
It'd be 160.
It would be 160.
Two $80,000 matches.
Yeah.
So this first one, the Community Parks and Recreation Grant, this one was interesting because in 6 years, I've never heard lights at the park mentioned even once. So I don't know where that came up as a
So that was her,
priority or-
again, this was her idea. I said, just pitch me your ideas. So her idea was to put lights at Ken Smith because it is currently not lighted. We are starting to use more of Kent Smith, so that we have less fees that we're paying the school district to use their infrastructure. And this would allow us to have night meetings, but night games, as long as they were within the parameters of our dark sky designation. And I think it's like 10 p.m. they have to go, the lights have to go off. because it's still technically in a residential area. But there is currently no lights at Ken Smith, except for the bathrooms.
So I'm not opposed to doing lights down there, but I would really love for us to see a priority list and us to decide that priority list instead of just somebody deciding we want to put lights there. To be honest, I
That's
would
why
rather see us apply for that particular grant to finish some fields up here so we have more field space to use than put lights in.
One
To me,
thing-
that's a higher priority, and I'd rather, if we're going to come up with 80,000, because there's no money in the recreation fund to pay this match. So we've got to
Right.
pull it from the general fund balance.
Well, it could also
If we're going to dig
come out of
into
impact
our
fees.
savings account to grab that money,
Mm-hmm.
I would rather use it to build more fields than to do lighting. But that's why I think we need to have a priority list and work through that list. Again, I'm not opposed to lighting, it's just, when I read this in the packet, I was kind of shocked because I've never even heard that mentioned as a project to do.
So that's on me. She came to me last week, or the week that agenda was due, and said, "Hey, do you want me to take the lift on these grants?" And I said, "Yes. I know you're going to be out of town, just at least so we can get the conversation started. Pitch me what you think."
One thing is, we do have I've reached out to Lydia, and we're gonna have a meeting this week to kind of do that exact same thing. Like, you're asking for a whole lot as we go through this whole thing, which obviously we don't have the money to do it all, but we want a priority. So exactly what you're saying, commissioners. So we do have that, gonna have a meeting with her on Thursday evening to try to get that, like, what are your priorities? What is it you're trying to do so that we can come back and actually have a real list? I think it's great what she's doing, but same exact concerns, you're asking for a lot. So where do we want to start?
I think the other ask that I would have is that the last several years, recreation directors come to us in February or March, and it's like fire drill. We've got to apply for this grant because it's due next week, and we don't have time to really think about and decide priorities and where are we going to get the funding. I mean, the one time it was, hey, I want to apply for a $3 million grant, but it's a 50% match. Well, we didn't have $1.5 million to come up with, or $3 million to come up with at the time. So I'm not opposed. I think these grants are wonderful, and frankly, if we only have to pay 40% of a project, I think that's a huge win for the county, and I think we should apply for the grants. But we should be talking about these and have a priority list months in advance and know what we're going to do. Because the other thing is, I think it diminishes our ability to get these grants when we're not ready for them. We don't have shovel-ready projects, right? Because it's a fire drill, and all of a sudden we're throwing in something new that we've never even talked about. So,
Well, I think we need to have a little bit of an idea of how much the total cost is going to be.
I agree.
You're not going to put up 3 lights. You're gonna finish the field out, and it might be $500,000. So
Well, I think right here, she's saying 230,000, and as I was reading through this, it says, this Musco has a state contract. Well, if you ever dealt with the state contract doesn't necessarily mean they're the cheapest. And I've dealt with several state contracts that they're quite a bit more if I go out with the RFP. And so, I'd like to see Lydia maybe do a 3 to 5 year plan, like, where do we want to be next year, the next year, so that we're not being jumped in January, February. It's like, no, your plan was, and she can amend it through the year, but let's have a 3 to 5 year plan of where she's wanting to go, so that as these grants come available, we already know where that plan sits.
because fields should be the number one priority.
that has been our number one priority from our discussions, right? So my opinion is, let's not talk about lights yet, because I think we need to get a real good quote on that before we, because you might think it's going to be 230, and then we get into it, and it's like you said, double, and then we're on the hook because we've taken grant money from it. We've gotten some bids on what it's going to cost to put the fields in. We own the property. To me, that's a shovel-ready project that we could apply for right now, and I'd rather we apply for 200,000, and to me, it's a no-brainer to take 80,000 out of our fund to pay the match if that's what we needed to do, and get a couple of fields going up here. Because the other concern I have, and you mentioned this earlier, is we're talking about moving even more down to that park. Yes, putting lights on will extend the time frame, but that's also going to create a lot more wear and tear on that facility. If we could spread some of our recreation out across the county, it puts less wear and tear on a single facility.
It's already almost grassless most of the time.
Yeah, and that's a problem. for
I'm
sure.
concerned she wants to rip out the soccer goalposts and not have as many soccer games there. That's,
I think the intent was to
It
use
says in
mobile
there.
mobile ones instead of the permanent ones, right?
That's what we did
That was my
Yeah.
understanding.
a couple of years
But
ago.
there was discussion about pulling out the baseball stuff
Baseball,
because
yeah.
we're not currently using that.
but she says
We probably ought to look into
she's
that
gonna
in
move the
detail.
flag football program to Kent Smith, which would displace some of the competitive soccer teams.
So that's another discussion, and in this is, well, one, I wanted her to get it before so we weren't at the last hour. I understand that it should have been discussed earlier. So I'm happy to at least postpone the conversation of that, but the second part is, and I told her that's not a decision I can make, that really needs to come from the commission. She does want to move the flag football season down to, from the Wilkinson complex to Kent Smith. She spent over $50,000 last year in fees just to the school district as far as grounds and courts. I mean, obviously we don't have courts and we're going to have to continue that. In the past, the commission has not been supportive of us doing that flip because it does displace the L30 competitive teams. But as she's saying, okay, yes, we are getting competitive teams that are going to use that ground, but then we have to turn around and pay the school district for the Wilkinson complex. So I told her not to do anything with the comp teams until we had a quorum consensus that you guys were good with that switch.
Well, and I think that's good logic, but that also just underscores to me the need to build more fields rather than just light the one, right? Because if we had more fields here, we could move the flag football there and not displace the teams and still pay less to the school district and put that money towards
Have
improving
both.
our own facilities, right?
I think we did discuss, though, that our county comes first over competitive
Absolutely.
teams, so.
Yeah.
So are you good?
And frankly, the other thing we probably ought to consider is just because the field has open time doesn't mean that it has to be played every minute of every day. And so if we feel like the field is becoming overrun, maybe we need to just say we're not going to allow as many of these competitive teams, because most of these are teams coming up from down below to use the soccer field because it's cheap and easy to get to.
But they're usually playing someone from.
No, a lot of
more-
times these are practices.
They're practices.
Even Weber
Yeah.
State.
Oh.
Yeah, they were for a time when their field was being redone. I don't think they are now, but they were for a time. So I
Raise
guess
the
all I'm
feet.
saying is if we need to have some more rest time for our field, we should consider that. I mean,
Well, it
our county residents should come first in their usage of it, not folks from outside the
Needs
county.
some
We subsidize
TLC,
the-
it needs some sprinkler work, it needs to be
Some
done right.
divots filled up, yeah.
So,
Well, knowing that these grants are due soon, I think the Community Parks and Recreation grant, my concern with the grant that she suggested we use for the fairgrounds project, the Land and Water Conservation Grant, is that it's a federal grant and it comes with a lot of strings attached. And I've brought that up a couple of times. Sometimes free money is not great because it's not free. And by the time you deal with all of their extra costs and things they want you to do, you spend 3 times as much as you would have if you would have just spent the cash and done it. You know, I mean, what really needs to happen is some land leveling over there. Well, we can hire somebody to land level it way cheaper than it's going to take to go through all the federal processes to decide that it needs to be land leveled and then do it, you know?
We do still have to go through the NEPA if it is within that floodplain thing that Kate's been working on with Jared.
Well, I think that's only if we build a structure, right? I think we can fix the field if we want. We can level the ground
Yeah, we could.
and put grass on it.
Yeah, we should be able to.
So I understand the comments of us being behind the 8 ball. However, I think we put everything in place this year to get ahead of that, which is adding the impact fee parks, regional parks impact fee and the community park impact fee to the portfolio, but we haven't passed portfolios, so she doesn't have anyone to pitch it to. I have to do it before a quorum. So I hear what you're saying, and those are in process. So I'm sure she'd be more than happy to present on this at the next meeting. But again, so we weren't in the last hour wanted to get it before you. And I'm glad that you did, because otherwise she wouldn't know that lights is not the direction to go and to go somewhere else. So.
Well, is there any reason why we couldn't direct her to apply for the Community Parks and Recreation grant in the same amount to work on some fields over here?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think that's a good idea. We've been talking about that as a priority. We've been talking about setting aside money for it for the last 2 years.
Can I request that we set a commission person for her to work with on that, so that we don't get here in 2 weeks and not have someone that's supporting that lift?
I think
Is
we
that-
can. I think we can take care of that on number 7.
Okay. And so there's 3 grants on here. There's one I kind of want to discuss in closed session, which is the middle one, and then the Rec Trails program. Is everyone good with her? That's essentially applying for the grant money to help ATAB on this trail project.
I think within that one, we need to do something to where we can pay for this, either the studies or well, actually the studies are done. It's the engineering that we need, so that then we can have the trails. And yeah, I'm okay for it.
Okay, so the Community Parks and Rec grant, is a go, but for finishing field space. And whoever gets the community park, is portfolio, we'll work with her on that.
That would actually be Regional Park.
Regional Park. Oh, that's right. So Regional Park on that one. And then we're pro the Rec Trails program, and then the other one has to do with a closed session item.
Well, the Rec Trails is also a federal program. I think we need, again, I would like to know the details of that.
Okay.
Because what I have here doesn't tell us the details.
Okay.
And if we've already done the study, she said she wanted to use it to do environmental studies, but if
We're
we've
still-
already done the studies.
We're in the middle of the study.
We need to do design next, right? And I don't know, are we ready for design, or are we still waiting on studies to be completed?
We're waiting on that floodplain study.
Yeah.
For the one
And
at the
once
park.
we get that one done.
That's 2 years out.
But as far as the
That's
other
gonna take a while.
recreational trails,
27.
I don't know
That's-
exactly where she's thinking of other than the Riverwalk. That's the only other one. And that one does require the NEPA study, but that is not a federal project other than the NEPA study.
So we need to just find out what she's thinking probably.
Is that EIS study too? Does that have to have that?
That's a NEPA.
Well, if you take federal money, my understanding is then you do have to start doing that stuff. And that's why I'm a little leery to just take federal money, because the strings attached can sometimes
I think
be
we need to.
Crud.
crazy.
Just a NEPA sounds like it would be over 200,000 if it's anything like our.
I think what we need to do is we need whoever is going to help out with the recreation, that they meet with her and get these plans. But as far as for now, I would say let's work on that field here at the regional park.
Get some fields going.
Yeah.
I mean, if we really get on top of that, we could have some fields being built this spring.
That's right, we could.
And Kate, the committee you sit on, what,
All of them?
the WPR,
Oh, the DAF?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is that something they've talked about too, to help with stuff like that?
Technically doesn't exist yet.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay.
Is limited to like 501c3.
It is actually not.
Or has it been
No.
expanded?
I mean, it depends on what the language gets changed.
Okay.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. So
Currently, it's limited.
currently, yeah, in the current language.
Okay, all right.
So do we need to make a motion on this just to?
Nope, I'm gonna put it on for next agenda, and then we'll hope number 7 gives her some one-on-one time with those in the know.
Okay, action item number 6, Vaughn.
Okay.
Commissioner.
So last week, they went up to Summit County. They had kind of just an open house, kind of come see what was going on, kind of information. I was able to meet with several of their county council members, and Jess was talking very favorably of Kate, and was all excited that we were there to represent Morgan, that I went up there to represent Morgan County. A couple of things that they have asked us is that, because I guess it's just over 8,800 acres is what they've purchased, and so about 20% of that 1,700 plus acres are in Morgan County, and so they're wanting to be a good partner. The majority of it is in their county, obviously. A couple of things that they're asking is that on our side that we do not try to pave the road. They do not want a paved road going basically from East Canyon Road, you know, up Big Mountain, but cutting all the way to Jeremy Ranch. They're not going to pave their side. And so that was one thing they were asking us to, and I said, I don't think we want any more county roads or any more pavement to take care of, so I don't think that's a tough one for us. They would like to talk to us about an interlocal with Summit and with state parks for law enforcement, just so that the two counties can work together to help, whether it's EMS or law enforcement themselves. So that will be something.
We already have an EMS that are local with Summit County.
We do? Okay. So they're, she brought up both EMS and law enforcement so that they can, again, work together to kind of patrol and take care
So
of
one of the things they brought up when they came here, and to be honest, it kind of enraged me, is they want their sheriff to be able to have full jurisdiction over the property that's in Morgan County, and I think that's not acceptable.
I don't know if that's even statutorily allowed.
I don't think it's even, yeah, well, I think that's why they want to do an interlocal, so that then they can say, oh, we're just exercising it. I'm a little frustrated with this whole thing because I think they should have brought Morgan County in as a partner in the program. I think we could have chipped in some money and become a partner. They chose not to do that and instead kind of strong-armed us into agreeing to it. We had to sign an agreement that they could purchase land in Morgan County. And then they haven't wanted to give us a seat at the table, and that frustrates me too. I mean, it's nice that they want to talk a little bit, but they still haven't given us a seat at the table, and I think they need to.
They have. It's in the portfolio.
Is it?
Yeah, it's under Parks Liaison.
Yeah, they did. She did say that she goes, no, we want Morgan County here. We want input.
That's good. I'm leery because
a voting
thus
seat?
far, yeah, is this a voting
Voting
seat
seat?
or is this just a
It's a voting seat.
coming?
That was my understanding.
I'm just leery of it. The whole thing, they've told us one thing and done another time and again, so.
I think there's been some lead time on it as well with different interlocals. There's been reach out to my office as well. We did some just with some access to some residents that live up there that are much closer to some of their services. And so, but I think it's good to get all of the things outlined clearly before we do move forward with any of the others.
I'm gonna change the word interlocal with Summit to prenup.
Well, they've asked us for a lot of leeway on this, and then they've had the nerve to come and give us grief about using their road when we detoured to do the Croydon Bridge and other things. And to me, they haven't been a great neighbor, and we've tried to be a good neighbor. And so there's a little frustration with that, to be honest. It feels a lot like they act on their own, and then afterwards they're like, oh, wait, we do want to include you. But it's after all the decisions are made. So all I'm saying is we need to be leery of some of the stuff they tell us and make sure that's really their long-term intentions.
The only other thing I had was they brought up the conservation easement, and they wanted to send it over to us to have both the county attorney and the commission look at it.
The conservation easement with the Forestry Service?
That's with us.
Why do you need a conservation easement on public land?
Because they're changing it from, they may not put, well, it's not public land.
They want to keep it private.
They want to keep it private to a point, and they also, within that area of Morgan counties, it's not really a state park, and it's a Summit County Park, and the problem is with a conservation easement, it basically allows it to never be built on, and that's all it is.
And that was one of the requirements of them purchasing. It could never be developed, and they can't allow any hunting. And that was two of the main things. And what they told me was they were hoping to do like a limited entry type thing, and the landowner was like, absolutely zero hunting on the property, but we're not selling to.
The owner will not sell that, he won't sell the property unless that is in the agreement. Now, 20 years down the road, maybe they will, because at that point it changes, but also they're going to have wildlife problems.
And they did it. They addressed that. They said that DWR has full right to go on and thin the herd if needed. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't you just allow them to
That's
hunt?
called hunting.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thing was like, why wouldn't you just allow the limited access for,
And
you know, I'm just like,
Also
so the
the
state hunter
tax-
gets to have all the fun.
They have not closed on this property
Yeah,
They
as
have
well.
not taken, they have not
End
taken
of, end of
possession yet.
Q1 is
Yeah.
the intent.
So the other thing is with the conservation easement, it takes it, they do not have to have livestock on a conservation easement, which means it would actually, there's taxing. And so I don't know exactly what will happen as far as the taxation goes, property taxes. Do you know, Garrett?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think that's something we ought to look into, given that there's so much on within Morgan County. I mean, we're responsible for taxing that property, and if it's maintained as private and
Well-
then not grazed,
It would be exempt anyway.
will it?
It what? No, because Greenbelt, you still have to pay for it.
Jurisdiction.
But it's owned by a state.
A county.
A
It's owned
county.
by a
Right,
county,
but
I
they
pay
should
taxes
still
on
pay
ours.
taxes.
Okay, I'll check.
That's why I think we need to figure out what that means. I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
I think
1,800
Janelle-
acres will equal.
I can work with Janelle on that and just,
This is why I wish they would have just brought us in as a partner on the project.
agree.
We could have come up, if we would have come up with $3 million, they came up with 15, they got 40 in a federal grant. We could have been a partner. We could have come in with 3 million, they come in with 12 million, and we would have that would have covered the portion that's in Morgan County, and then we could have worked it together.
That's right.
And dealt with these issues without being separate. But they chose not to do that, and that's frustrating to me.
Sounds like we're gonna have LA wildfires if the way
Well,
they're
and that's
gonna
the other
manage
problem. I'm
it.
concerned about the way they essentially want it to be wilderness area from the way I read it, and we all know what happens to wilderness area.
And where is the line going to be? The line, there's a state land that is right next to it, and people can hunt that ground. So now, do they step 1 foot over or 2 feet over to get that elk that they shot? And, are they trespassing? Yeah, they might be. And are they going to be able to get that elk out? So Matt goes up there to
And
hunt
are we
that
going to
elk.
have to go up and enforce it? Are they going to enforce it? And if they're enforcing it, how does that work? If they're in Morgan County, their deputies, I don't know. There's a lot to talk about and figure out there.
Mike, did you express interest in Morgan County purchasing the property? Did
We
they know
knew
that?
nothing about it until the night
Until the
before
night
they
before.
announced it. When they reached out and said, we need you to sign this document allowing us to purchase the property in Morgan County. So that's why I say I felt like we were strong-armed into it, because there was absolutely no outreach about it. And I understand them trying to keep it quiet because it's a land acquisition, like anything can happen with that, and I understand that. But that also, to me, shows that there was no trust between the counties, and that also, to me, doesn't bode well. Like, they could have reached out and said, hey, we're thinking about this, some of it's in your county. Do you want to partner with us? Are you not interested?
What if we would have said no?
Then so be it, but at least we would have had the option, right?
No, I'm just saying, what if we would have said no, we won't sign it?
Oh, we won't sign it? I guess we could have, but I think at the time, we made the decision, number one, to be a good neighbor. Because I wouldn't want another county to hold us up from something either. I don't think that's right. I think it's a good neighbor thing to do. And I think they would have turned that against us to the public, because they were planning on announcing it the next day, and if it would have gotten delayed by that, I think they would have made that clear, that Morgan County's holding them up. Frankly, they didn't even, a member of their council didn't even bother to reach out to us about it, and to this day, not one member of their council has reached out to us that I know of and actually talked to us about it. It's been liaisons and individuals that work for Summit County, but not once has a member of their council come and talked to us about it. Whereas we've gone up to their commission meeting and talked to them about the issues we've had on the river. You know, like we've tried to reach out and be good neighbors, and I'm not putting all the onus on them. I'm just saying this could have gone differently. We could have dealt with the issues, I think, in a better way if we would have been brought in at a point where we could have been a partner. And maybe they had the notion that we didn't want to be partners. I don't know, but it's just,
Well,
it is what it is now.
I mean, it's not, they haven't purchased it.
Well, and I don't want to, I'm not trying to say anything to try to tank that or anything like that. By no means do I think we need to stop anything here or try to cause any problems. I'm just saying, we should have a seat at the table, and I think we would have even been willing to chip in financially to earn that right to have a seat at the table if they would have given us the opportunity. You know, I mean, we could go out and get money from the federal government to buy land too, just like they did. So to me, whether it was Summit County and Morgan County working together to buy it or just Summit County really doesn't matter. And it shouldn't matter to them, you know, but
Apparently it did.
it did. Or maybe they just didn't even think of it, frankly. That maybe it was just a complete oversight and they didn't even think about that fact.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe they didn't even think about the fact that Summit was in Morgan County until the night before. I don't know. I'm not saying it was done maliciously. It just.
So what,
About it, you
so
can
what is the decision on this?
There's no
item?
decision.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, they were Kay just asked me to say what had happened while I was over there. One thing they did, they wanted our input on the conservation easement, if there's anything that we think that should be added to it, taken away from it. But they were very much that it needed to stay in the commission, the attorney, because it's not public knowledge what the conservation easement is. So.
Their next public
Cattle
meeting
ranch
is
doesn't run cattle.
March 18th.
Well, that was one of the things that they actually, they were looking at people, or asking for input.
910
Should they
Cattle
continue?
Ranch.
Or it's just 910 Ranch. Should they continue grazing? That was one of the things, and you can see all the little.
They better continue grazing.
It'd be a
Because
huge
otherwise
mistake to
we will
not
have a
graze.
I think they'd be nuts not to.
Absolutely, we will.
We will have a huge fire
Absolutely.
problem if they do not keep.
Borders us.
Not cattle, but livestock grazing.
Yeah.
Because it was originally a sheep ranch, and they turned it over to cattle because cattle look a lot better than sheep. And, you know, and they're bigger, and they taste better. But
They're smarter. Oh, no.
But
I'll agree with you on the taste
as
better.
as far as range management, they're not always the best for the range, and so I think livestock needs to be included within that management plan, one way or another. Otherwise, we personally will have a fire problem someday, because that's the way the winds blow.
So I think that we ought to look at that really close, all of us, when we receive that, and think of some things that we feel like represents our seat at the table.
Do you want me to reach out to Shane, their county manager, and see if we can get some of their councilmen here to do a
Or
work
we can
session
go
on
over
it?
there.
They did say they wanted to come and do another presentation, work session.
Jess will.
And so,
Well, and that's fine, but when Jess came last time, I told her how I felt about it, and I said I'm frustrated that your council doesn't seem to acknowledge us even, you know, and that was 9 months ago, a year ago.
A year ago.
We've heard nothing since. So I mean, this is, again, it is what it is. Just
Okay, well, we won't kick the dead horse anymore.
Chair, I noticed that Carrie Gibson is here. Do you have an update for, is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
it must have been a long day. He's got stubble on his face.
It's already been cut off a second time.
Get away with that today. Thanks, Commissioners. I appreciate just a quick opportunity to brief you a little bit on a few of the things that have been going on. I'm just going to point out a couple of pieces of legislation that have been working through the process. One of them, and these first two are both issues that Kate had brought to my attention through conversations with commissioners and other things, and other elected officials within the county. The first one is House Bill 345. Kate emailed me a month or so ago and said that
that there was a problem with the creation of Lost Creek State Park, where when it was created in 2001, the code wasn't properly cross-referenced into the transportation code that would allow access to the state park access funding grant, which is a $500,000 annual appropriation that is used specifically for upgrading roads into state parks. And so I contacted the Division of Parks as well as UDOT, trying to work out, make sure that there wasn't a reason why that was intentionally left off. There was not. It was just an oversight. And both of them supported us rectifying the situation, which had to be done through a code change. So I contacted Representative Jake Sawyer, a newly elected representative out of West Haven, and told him I thought I had a good bill for him to cut his teeth on, and he was just really excited to try it. This is his first bill of his legislative career. He presented that in the House Transportation Committee yesterday. Looking back, I should have invited one of you up to testify on it, but Representative Sawyer did a really wonderful job, and I think he visited with Commissioner Fackrell when he was up for UAC, or for Nuke, I believe it was last week. And anyway, he got a unanimous recommendation out of committee. It's on the consent calendar. Will be heard first thing on the House floor, first thing Thursday morning. Consent calendar means that they don't expect debate, and if someone wants to debate it, they can pull it off of the consent calendar, but I've really only seen that happen a handful of times in my entire legislative career. So reality is, I think that'll fly through the House, and it'll be back on a Senate committee for hearing here within the next week. And if one of you would like to testify on that, that'd be great, but it's not necessary. I think we've got it pretty well greased and ready to go.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. Second of all, Kate reached out to me about a bill by Senator Owens. He has had a Senate Bill 67. The bill has now been substituted in committee at first substitute, Senate Bill 67. He's had a version of this bill in the past, and it's run into some challenges, but it basically allows for municipalities or certain entities to create a special district to fund emergency services. And I don't know, Kate, I don't know what the reasoning was that you felt like this was important, but well, actually, I'm just gonna read the short title so
I think
you
that came
understand
from the clerk's office.
Is that what it was?
That
Okay.
came from Leslie.
Allows certain local governments to impose a sales tax for the purpose of funding emergency services, and establishes requirements for local government to impose the tax and how the rate is imposed. This kind of turned into an urban versus rural debate in the committee, and it struggled in committee. They passed it on to the House or to the Senate floor, but kind of almost demanding that a few things change. And then actually today, it passed the second reading in the Senate without any further changes, and it passed quite handily. So, in fact, I think it was unanimous this morning. So, I think that whatever the concerns that were brought up in committee seem to have been resolved, and at the end of the day, they're happy with where it's at. And I think that will provide some tools for rural communities to be able to create a district that would allow for these EMS or these services to be provided.
Carrie, this isn't the bill that's talking about the urban wildland interface. Is
No.
it?
No, that's a different one.
That's
I'm
a
not
separate
sure what
bill.
that one is,
Okay.
but no, I'm not aware of that.
When you were saying it passed, I was surprised because I was thinking it was that bill.
This bill just allows for the authorization of an emergency services tax. And again, I think it's more likely in a rural area and one in which services
So kind of like a
aren't-
ramp tax.
services aren't specifically provided by a municipality in a certain area like that. Right? So maybe the county may not have a county-wide fire district where they could service a remote area of the county. Maybe the fire district is, has a different set of boundaries or something like that. So it's kind of it's been a little bit of a challenge. like I said, there was some language that was concerning to some of the urban communities, but I guess they got that worked out. So anyway.
So what amount was that one? Because I don't remember it. How much were they
3%.
allowing? Was it a quarter or was it 0.3?
I think it's 0.3.
I think it's 0.3.
0.3. That's the same as the fifth quarter.
But take it. I'll look that up again as well. But just for your reference, that was Senate Bill 67, first substitute. Make sure when you look at a substitute bill, sometimes they can be significantly different than the original bill. So if you're looking it up, make sure you're looking at the first substitute. By the way, the legislature has a really good kind of tool. If you go to the state legislative website and you go to bills, and then it'll give you a pop-up that opens up, and there's a little thing on the right side that says tracking service. It's really kind of handy if you've never used it, because you can type a bill number in and it will update you every time there's an action on that particular bill.
By text.
Whatever happens, or well, I don't think it does text. I think it does it by email. Mine does it by. I don't think there's a place to put in a phone.
I thought mine said text.
Maybe there is. I use the email part of it, but I can't remember there being a text sign. So anyway, it's really handy because it just puts it right in your lap what's happening, and you can watch that a little closer. There was one other one of interest, and this was brought up as well by someone in the county. I can't remember if it was the clerk or anyway. Yes, and this changes the I can't remember even what it's called. The taxpayer relief, which I've heard this commission talk about from time to time in their commission meetings. Taxpayer relief process where you can abate the property tax under certain circumstances, and it basically turns it into a deferral rather than an abatement, rather than a relief. So when I say deferral, basically what that means is that it allows for for the person not to pay the property tax currently, but they keep track of it, and it basically needs to be paid when the house is sold or changes title or ownership or whatever. It was really interesting, the discussion that Kate forwarded me from the county internal folks about how difficult that would be to administer, and kind of sets the county up as a bank to kind of hold a loan that's going to be due at some given time in the future. And anyway, it seemed like there might be some complications to it. The bill is being run by Senator McKay. That's Senate Bill 197 again, by Senator McKay. It did pass committee and is on the Senate second reading calendar. So by the end of the week, this will come up in committee. I think it's wise for the county to kind of take a look at this, maybe you, Garrett, and talk with your folks that have concerns about this, and decide kind of how much you want me to engage in this. My guess is that this is going to be a significant discussion within the UAC meetings in the next, tomorrow and Thursday, I guess. USAC tomorrow and Thursday, UAC. It's one of those that will have effects throughout the county system. I think a lot of counties are going to have similar feelings to what yours does, and obviously there's a lot of places along the way, even though it's past committee, to make adjustments or amendments. I think, to the senator's credit, his concept in his mind was this provides the relief when needed, as needed for that individual, but it doesn't cost local governments at the end of the day, because eventually local government will collect that revenue stream. And so it's just a matter of deciding whether it truly makes sense for the local government to administer a program like that. And I think there's some real concerns that it might be more difficult than it needs
If you
to be.
ever get before that, Senator, I would also like to point out that our tax rate for the county is based off what we collect, not what we assess. So if we have a bunch of deferrals and we're not collecting, it's going to go on the backs of the rest of our taxpayers. And I don't find that to be fair.
It's not fun. Okay, so those are the ones that I wanted to bring up today. Happy to address any others that you may have, in mind. I will just quickly on the issue of the interchange. I did have Commissioner Wilson come up and meet with myself and President Adams a couple weeks ago, and basically, we're still working that issue every single day. We feel really good about where we're at, both with the Senate and House leadership. Right now, all we know is that the legislature is, the leadership is asking us to kind of let them figure it out. They don't know exactly how they're going to handle it, other than I think it's a priority for both Senate and House leadership. They have asked us to watch for a list that will be released in the next little while, addressing transportation needs that they feel are directly tied to the Olympics, and they expect that this will be on that list. We're still talking with both legislators and Transportation Commission members about the importance of this, and feel really good about where it's at. But again, at the end of the day, no concrete answers yet. Just a whole bunch of, you just have to, on some of this stuff, you just have to take the gut feeling and move forward with it. So anyway, that feels like it's moving very well. Other things that come up as possible, but those are the ones I had on my mind. So any other questions for me?
Have you heard anything more on HB 237 on the 5-year, the rollback tax?
I have not.
That one was the beginning of the legislature, and I haven't heard anything. They haven't brought it up.
I don't think it's progressed. Do you know if it's progressed at all?
I don't know. That's what I was just curious. I'm going to look it up.
What was the bill number again?
It was 237. And that one will actually affect us. It won't hurt us. It'll actually help us. And it's basically, it states that the rollback taxes, 100% of it will go to us for 5 years to be used, and that means the other entities will not get anything. 100% of it will come back to us, and we have to use it. It becomes a restricted fund. We have to use it within 5 years, and if we need more than 5 years, then we have to talk to them. But
okay, I do remember this bill now. I actually worked on this in the committee process. It passed unanimously out of the House Natural Resources Committee and passed the House. I can't remember what the vote was in the House, but I think it was unanimous in the House as well. It's now on the agenda for the Senate Rev and Tax Committee. Well, I shouldn't say on the agenda. It's assigned to the Senate Rev and Tax Committee. So it's a House bill that's made it all the way through the House, prepared and ready to go before the Senate. So I'm guessing that'll be this week. I don't see any, as fast as it seems to be moving, Commissioner. I think it'll be this week in the Senate that it passes the House, or the committee. Probably next week for the floor of the Senate.
first substitute, it's gone to a first substitute. Maybe we'll be talking about it this week.
Yep.
I don't know, but it's one that then at that point, that restricted funds has to be used for open space or purchasing of land for open space.
The way that, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Which means we would basically end up, if we did not use it within 5 years or whatever time they determine, it would then go to the Murray McAllister Fund.
Right.
And we would basically lose it. Or we can apply to get it through the Murray McAllister program fund. The biggest thing with that is you cannot go and purchase the ground to build a municipal building or a county building or anything like that, you cannot purchase a land for that. It has to be used for open space. It's basically to cover what's being developed, and the rollback tax comes back to us to be able to purchase another property somewhere to keep us in a little bit more open space. So that means we could purchase a park, the land for a park.
Could have been
for
money we could
Raylene.
have spent on the 910.
That's right.
This particular representative is a real advocate for open space. Representative Snyder really cares about and really likes the Leroy McAllister Fund. So I think this is a way for him to funnel some money into that fund, which again is a noble cause in my mind, especially as a lot of development happens around this.
Because currently what it is 20% of the rollback taxes goes to the Lorraine McAllister Fund. The rest of it goes to wherever.
I'd be shocked if this bill doesn't continue to roll as fast as it's
I
rolling right
have
now.
a feeling it will.
It'll move quickly.
They have support of the UAC, so.
Any other questions?
Followed the one on the reclassification of counties.
So the latest version, I engaged with that with Representative Brooks on that issue, the sponsor of that bill. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I engaged with him early on. He is really, I'm just, to put it bluntly, he's really just worried about Washington County not becoming a second-class county. That's really what it's about. Washington County sees themselves as a rural county, even though they have St. George that doesn't seem very rural anymore to some of us. But they do not want. They're at the precipice of moving into the second-class, into a second-class county, and they don't feel like they relate to Weber, Davis, Utah counties at all. And so at the end of the day, he has realigned the numbers that allow that would have defined counties into a different class. And I can't remember exactly what the latest version says about Morgan, but it would not change under the
Morgan
current.
County's is 12,000. It will come down to 12,000, which is what it is now. And that means we're at the bottom of the tier of the fourth class. But before it was 15,000, and we are right on that precipice. I mean, we're at 13,000 according to the state sales tax people. It will keep us at fourth class probably as long as I'm alive, so you guys can be happy.
Because
I did pull it up, and they've changed it to where fourth class is 15,000 to 55,000, fifth class is 5 to 15. So they have made some. I just was curious. What does it seem like it's going to move forward? And
I think so. I mean, I'm positive that it'll move forward in some fashion that addresses the Washington County issue. There was some question about Utah County, wanting to be further away from a first-class county. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Nobody wants to be a first-class county. The politics in Salt Lake County, which is the only first-class county, do not align with the politics of the state legislature. And so the legislature often uses that first-class county designation as a way of, taking a little bit of a stick to Salt Lake County, right? And so Utah County doesn't want to be in that boat. So I think that they will stay safely in second-class county territory. At the end of the day, like I said, there was some talk about Utah County and those numbers, but really this is about Salt Lake County, and I'm positive this bill will go forward in a way that keeps Washington County third class for a long time. The question is where those other numbers are adjusted, or if they are for counties down the line. And that's one of the things that I had as I talked to a few of you commissioners individually about this. There may have been a little bit of disagreement as to whether or not, some of you wanted to be fourth or fifth. My biggest concern, frankly, as I looked at it, was we don't want to go from fourth to fifth and then back to fourth within a short period of time. I mean, I can only imagine what you'd have to go through to make that classification change just one time, as far as ordinance changes and all kinds of policies that that assume that we're a fourth-class county. So the last thing we would want was for it to change twice in a short period of time.
But
based
what
on
about
that.
the form of government?
That one's still going.
What's that?
That one is still going, the classifications of government.
The form of government.
HB
Tell me what that one is
355.
again?
HB 355 is the one it is.
HB 355.
I think that's it. 355.
355?
Make sure.
No, that's the one we were just talking about. No, that's not. That one is, HB 355 is called Critical Infrastructure Materials Amendments.
That's probably not it.
So the form of government, I'm not sure what's going on with the form of government changes. I wasn't aware that there was anything that would affect us, but if you want me to track it, let me know and I'll find it.
Looks like 56 is one. Huh?
356?
356? Yeah, that's what it is. 356. Sorry. No, that's not her. Yeah, that is. That's our representative that's doing that. And it's actually a different one. There's two different ones. There's 356 and there was another one. And this one here has to do with county managers, county administrative managers versus executive and county mayors. So that's what that one was. But there's another one, and I don't have the number here with me. It's on another page.
So I have not been tracking this one. I'm happy to dig into this. That's a tough one for to get through the UAC process, especially with a new representative. My guess is that might be a heavy lift, but I'll find out where that's at with UAC tomorrow.
I know Utah County wanted to add 2 more full-time commissioners because they're so overloaded with work.
So they wanted to say that you could have 5-time commissioners?
And they wanted
Just for
They
Utah,
can-
just for Utah County.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It says that they can amend it by ordinance and change it to 5
Yeah.
or 7.
Yeah, instead of going to the vote of the people
Didn't
like
go to
we
the
did.
vote.
There's a lot of things
That
within
would be
this
really
bill.
interesting because that's never been the case.
Well, this one, yeah, there's
the
2 bills. There's 2 different bills, and I
6.
don't know if they're going to combine the 2 or not. More research to be done.
So, to the extent that, to the extent that you are all participating in the UAC discussions, and can keep me updated, as to where you want to go. Again, this kind of highlights my suggestion, years ago when I first came to you about the importance of having both a lobbyist as well as being part of UAC, because there are times when you may not be able to agree with a UAC position, but a lot of these that affect counties across the board, a lot of these are it helps to have, for sure, to help to have UAC on board and know where they're going. So I'll do some research tomorrow, but if to the extent that you guys participate in the UAC discussion Thursday, it would be helpful to know how that goes. And by the way, I didn't know that Commissioner Blocker is a tour guide down there. I got to see her taking some tours around the Capitol.
Yes, if you ever want a private tour of the Capitol, let me know.
Really cool to see her, and I told her that might mean that that she's the closest commissioner for me to grab, depending on the day. So you might find that happens. Any other questions?
Just for a point of information, as far as if we were to enact that emergency services tax, that would bring us in at this point, if it was a 0.25% or 0.25%, it would be approximately $590,000 a year to us at this moment. So, just for your information. And the other, SB 91, is moving forward, and that's the one where fairness in taxation for the restaurant tax, where anybody that serves prepared foods will have to pay the restaurant tax and not just the restaurants. So that one is moving forward after the revisions that they've made. That will benefit our county and every county. And not just from a monetary, because it's not going to affect us much, but it will help just plain the fairness in taxation. And that's what they're trying to do.
And that one has passed committee and has passed the first, or sitting on the second reading calendar in the Senate. So that'll be voted on. It's number 61 on the board, so it'll be voted on sometime by the end of the week, is my guess. It's always, a committee recommendation doesn't always, doesn't always mean that it's smooth sailing, but once you get past that second reading, in the Senate, that usually means that it's going somewhere. So we'll know a little bit more about that in the next little while.
Okay, thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. A motion.
I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of hearing a report from Darcy Goddard regarding discussion of character, professional competence, and physical or mental health of an individual, and strategy sessions to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, including any form of water right or water shares.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Fackrell, and a second by Commissioner Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?